last. Yeah. No, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. On we'll go. Finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest. Echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. On we'll go.
Oh,
What's going
I love
on,
my new
folks?
song. Love the new song.
Well, it's better than the brainwashing that from the previous. So you're doing
I'm
good.
going back to
You're doing good.
brainwash. How's everybody doing today?
Doing
Good.
good. Better than I
Good.
deserve as always. As always.
Yeah, me and Kryptonian got brave today. We decided to go into a Flutter Discord, and the Three Musketeers said, let's all join this Discord and fight the good fight. And
You know, I thought I was going to go into a place of good ideas and solutions, and it was just an echo chamber, which, you know, kind of, I was disappointed. I was expecting to have some bombs dropped, you know, like, this is it right here. This is what's going to change your mind and everything. And I'm like, I've seen all that before, you know, and so nothing really kind of came out at me. So it's not something I've not seen before. But there are some passionate people in there. I'll tell you that. I was working, and it kept messaging me. I was going back and forth. Before I knew it, it's about an hour or two I was in there, maybe 2 hours. But yeah, it was definitely a place I didn't expect to end up today. And
so Kryptonian's in there fighting the good fight. I leave to do work things for 2 hours. I come back. He's still in there going back and forth with these guys. I'm like, dude, you must be really. He's like,
we were actually having some really good conversations. These guys are truly trying. I will give them that. They were really trying to bring me to bring me to their mindset, at least to their understanding of why they believe what they believe. Because you guys know me, you know, I want to know what you believe, why you believe it, and what am I missing? You know,
I lost when I asked the guy to prove why
Exactly.
we are. He said Vulcan's a scam. So I go, the burden on proof is on the accuser. So what's your proof? Too many to list. I lost it right there. I'm like, okay, what do you mean too many to list? And then I got disappointed because they kept showing clips of Prado. Oh, Prado this, Prado that. Like they had these clips, like they have saved clips. Like they're so obsessed with Prado. They have so many saved clips. I'm like, I go on a group chat. I'm like, what about the Greek? Why don't they have any clips of the Greek?
I didn't see any of me. I'm sure they got plenty of me. That's cool. Hey, I mean, that means I'm pissing somebody off, or I'm really entertaining them. So I appreciate. I had a guy that was like, they were chatting back and forth with me. And then all of a sudden they kind of went away, came back, and they're like, oh, I've gone through your entire Twitter page. I'm done talking to you. I'm like, oh, okay. Thanks. That means they actually took the time to go check me out. Well, that's cool. I appreciate that, because I don't got very many followers. So, hey, you know, that's that make me feel kind of good. My engagement went up today, so I think I'm doing something right.
Well,
If,
first
go ahead.
First, I joined the Discord. I went into the Vulcan. They have this like safuu Vulcan chat, and it's under their detective like thing. So I go in there. I'm able to see everything. Somebody notices I'm there. They at me. Okay. Then all of a sudden, I go to lunch. I come back, and I have no access to the page anymore. And then I question them. Why did you guys ban me? So you can talk crap, so I can't see. And they're like, you weren't banned. Then they all tried to plead the. And then they added me and Prado back because they had banned Prado too when he didn't. And then Prado came in guns blazing, and that was the best day moment of my life.
Fashion. I'm like, I say, hey man, just go in there and have a conversation. No, he doesn't go. He doesn't go in there and have a conversation. I made a joke earlier because he went to bed here a little while ago, right? And he goes, all right, I'm gonna go in. I'm like, hey man, just look, I'm trying to have conversations here. Just be cool, man. I'm trying to get where these guys are coming from. He comes in and he takes the hottest girl in the room. Right, like slaps the biggest guy in the face. Pah! Takes his girlfriend, leaves, and everybody's standing around going, "You want to play Dungeons and Dragons now?" That's kind of what happened when he came and left. It's like, what the hell just happened here? He left. It's like a hornet's nest. I'm like, damn, he pissed everybody off. I'm trying to have some civilized conversations here, man. But it was fun.
I'd love to see him at Tombstone. I'd love to see him. Yeah. Are you my friend, Prado? Oh, he'd blow everybody away.
So, if you guys did leave a super chat, it isn't showing me anything. I know somebody was asking, saying he left a super chat. He wants to make sure he did it right. YouTube deletes some chats. I don't know if they delete super chats or whatever, but I can't see any super chats. So I apologize if you thought you left one. It's all YouTube's fault. Do not blame the Greek. I just saw a comment. So today, obviously, we have Kryptonian with us, Fowler, and Odonado. We are airing on all of their channels, as now StreamYard's got a new feature that guests can add their channels very easily. So that is cool. We have 95 of you wonderful people watching us. I am beyond grateful for everybody who does watch. Please drop a like, leave a comment, ask your questions. After the stream's done, leave a comment again for the YouTube algorithm. Go to their pages, get Fowler to 1,000 subscribers, Odonado to 1,000 subscribers, and Kryptonian, get him to 1,000.
Great.
Even though
1,000 more people to piss off, man. I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
I know, right?
Man, we had fun today.
Somebody told me today that everybody laughs at America, right? That's why we're all laughing at you. And I'm going, I thought they were just laughing at me, but okay, that's cool. Right. I'll take that. Hurt my feelings, man. It's all good. But other than that, guys, we got a lot of stuff to talk about. A lot of some news dropped last night, which obviously we've got some. I'm sure there was a lot of. I know that Prado covered it this morning. I think him and Chalk were talking about it this morning. I believe I was in the chats there. So the elephant in the room is what, Greek?
Well, we have a new vesting period. I know people were like, Brian said this would be the final. Nothing's final, okay? I'm just going to put this out there. Nothing's final till the blockchain comes out. If you can just get that in your head and just get that mindset going, you'll be a lot better off moving forward. Everything's is going to change. And don't say I was promised something. Remember, it was called a sacrifice. It wasn't a investment. And I know Brian said that today, and a lot of people had, he's saying like he doesn't care about our money. It's a sacrifice and how we're not owed anything. What he means by that is you sacrifice. Nothing's guaranteed. Nothing's given. Like you're sacrificing. Okay. It's called a sacrifice for a reason. You're putting your belief in the team, the blockchain, what they might entail. Now, everything they're rolling out is for the good. Okay. And yes, I know some people give me crap that I'm always positive, but what I'm going to say is I'm positive because the math works out and I believe in it. And I don't see any reason why not to. When you start seeing me doubt the math or saying this doesn't make sense, then you know it's for real because I see the numbers, I see the potential, and I see greatness in all this. But let's get to the news. Let's just quickly read this, just in case people are living under a rock and haven't heard of it. So strategic rollout pivot, vol release, and node schedule. Today, we are formally announcing an absolute final lock and revision of our strategic rollout plans. We have been forced to pivot and adapt in order to meet the new demands of centralized exchanges as well to be in line with general market forecast. We are now firmly grounded as a lion and poised in position of strength to leap forward with several centralized exchanges. And this is the biggest word when you read this, who have fully committed So they are fully committed to onboarding Vol upon mainnet. Now, the confirmed market pairs are Vol and Bitcoin, Vol and Ethereum, Vol and USDT. Our new release schedule will be rolled out for all Vol holders who have sacrificed as follows. It's a 12-month release period. And this is where I want to be, where I think, because they didn't say month 1, month 2. And I know some people are like, the Greeks fighting. See, it's vague on purpose. It says 12-month release period. There's no timetable. I believe, I could be 100% wrong, that these periods could just be rolled out over the course of a year, and there's no set timetable for them. So like if they want to do 3 weeks for period 1 and then 2 weeks for period 2, they could do that. Not saying that's how it is. I believe it could just be every month, but they left it vague on purpose so they can always adapt and make changes with the climate. That's what I believe. Now that doesn't have to be the case. Period 1 is 2.5%, 2.5% for period 2, period 3, 2.5%. It jumps up to 5% of period 5. All the way to period 8, and then it goes to 10%, and then period 10, 15%, period 11, 15, and the last 25%. Now, this does not apply to new Vol holders buying into the free market upon mainnet. Only early adopters are subject to the schedule, and node holders now fall under the same rollout. Before they weren't. And the Vulcan treasury is also under the same conditions, and this is final. For now. It's final for now. Man, that was a lot of stuff.
You know what, Greek? I don't know if I like your attitude. You're positive. You back up why you're positive. You explain it. I don't know. I just don't think I'm buying it, man.
I don't know. I'm too positive. I'm kidding.
I know, right? Gosh, darn you for being such a positive guy.
One thing I look at, and I know this has been said, is why I'm positive about this. It's because my plan was never to sell my bag. I was using this as a passive income play constantly. So if you're doing that, and because I see people like in some lives are saying, oh, my plan was never to sell my bag, but yet they're in the Discord complaining. Maybe they're just complaining because it's an echo chamber in there and everybody's complaining about different various things. But if your plan was really not to sell your bag, then it could be vesting for 4 years. It doesn't matter because you have access to all your funds that you make on that bag. So all the flex claims, all the power pool claims, the rebase is only the part that's released into your wallet gets released into your wallet. That's a different story. But yeah, it doesn't change the plan. And I know a lot of people think that the investors coming in have an inherent advantage. And I know we were talking in the pre-show about that. And here's why they don't, okay? When they come in, this price is going to skyrocket, okay? So just think you put in, let's say, okay, just to put it there, $12,000, you threw in $12,000 and safuu, you sacrificed, you did everything. You have a $60,000 bag right now, 6 to 1. So a $10,000 investment is worth $60,000. That's makes it fair. You earn 6 times your money. Okay, so you threw in $10,000 to get a bag size of about $6,500. That's basically what it is. Okay, now somebody coming in on mainnet launch, this price is not going to open at $9. I'm just telling you, it's going to shoot up really fast. They're going to have to throw in maybe 3-4 times the money to get the same bag size as you. And that's like, they'll have to throw in $200,000 to get a 6,500 bag size. That's the difference. And then they'll have to ride the price up at least 18% just to make it through the taxes while they're feeding into our liquidity, doing all this stuff. And then even if they sell, they're only making 2 to 3x. If they buy in at 27 and sell at 120, that's 3x their money. We're over 100x. So we're still, our dollar cost average is $1.50. So we need to take all this into account and stop focusing on this person got a better deal. I don't look at what other people are doing. They're actually going to help raise our price and raise our bags and make us a lot of money. Remember, the flex payouts are paid in vol. So as the price rises and as they increase our liquidity and increase our price floor, we are all making money every day on our flex, a lot more money. So look at it that way. And your rebases that you can't touch that are getting locked up are also static. So as the price rises and then those rebases get released, your wallet's going to go from, like when the next 2.5% gets released, it's going to just, you're going to lose your mind. You're going to be like, oh my God, this is the greatest thing ever. Just saying.
I like the way you said that. I even maybe like your attitude. Just a little bit.
Oh my God,
just
Odie.
like you rehearsed, man. I mean, just like you rehearsed.
Kryptonian. There you go, brother.
Oh, that's what I'm talking
Little
Hey,
Jamie,
no
brother.
fair.
Little Jameson.
Oh,
Hey, look,
Oh,
NR's
man.
here.
I'm about
He
to make
didn't
another
cause
one, man.
chaos this time and then go on vacation. Oh wait, he's on vacation again.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Yeah,
is that a hotel
I am
room?
traveling.
That looks like a hotel room.
Yeah, so I'm at like the business center at a hotel or whatever.
Oh,
So
okay.
yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah. I'm in.
All good.
I drove 10 hours to Kentucky.
Oh, yeah.
Today.
Oh, man.
So,
That's
yeah,
right.
fun times.
I haven't
fun
been out there in a
times.
long time, man.
Yeah, fun times. So
Yeah,
I did
definitely
catch
bottoms
I did catch the beginning of what you guys were saying, and I live by one rule. If I'm gonna say something about you, I'll never say anything behind your back that I won't say to your face.
There it
That's
is.
just something that I live by. So if anybody wants to jump in a Discord and talk shit about me, Prado, Kryptonian, Greek, say it to our face. You know what I mean? Like don't be a pussy. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree with you, man. You know
exactly.
I do. You know
Yeah.
I do. It's all about respect, right? I mean,
Correct.
I could easily have kept my avatar up here, and you just see my little Kryptonian logo here. I can do
Right.
this number here all day long, right here.
Right.
You know, and be like, I dare anybody to come find me, because
Well,
I could do that shit.
and
right?
that's the thing. Look,
Come here,
here's
guys.
Fight you.
here's
I'll fight you.
here's my point. Every single person that's out there talking shit, that's whether it's about Brian Legend or Prado, number one, not one of them has stepped up to try to do what Brian's doing. I don't see any of those guys trying to launch a blockchain or even a project, let alone or coming on YouTube. They'll sit behind a screen in Discord and run their trap on a keyboard. You want to be a man, step up, put your face on the camera, talk shit like real men.
Yeah, at the end of the day, real man. But it's a different day and
Right.
age today here in our, we come from a different generation here. I know we got baby pup up there in the top left-hand corner, Greek, that be my left, what are you like, 27? Everybody else,
36.
No, but I agree with you, man. It's just, I jumped in a Discord today and man, they weren't attacking me, they were having some great, I thought I had some good conversations until, because I didn't get involved in the group think. I was like, well, no, I don't agree with that, or I don't think so. Then it became, well, you're a clown. Now, okay, now we're calling each other names.
Then you start calling names and stuff
and
just
it's
because
like,
you
damn,
have a difference
Well,
of opinion.
It was
Yeah.
more of
From the
trying to
school.
convince them until Prado came in. Once Prado came in, all hell
Well,
broke loose.
Prado
Yeah.
does take it. Yeah, he does take it to another
But,
level.
but it was
Let's-
fun because we told him to come in
Yeah.
and rile them up too. Because we
I got
actually
you.
had some fun.
right.
Brian's, jason's in the comments.
Right
Sorry
on.
to
Always
interrupt
in
you.
the comments.
Very
Oh
good.
man.
Ah, you good, brother?
So Picasso
Oh,
says,
you're
let's
so
see the
loyal
Greek-
now. He's always in the comments. He's always. Oh my God. He comes in one time and now he's always in the comments.
Oh. So
You're
Picasso
killing me,
says,
Greg. You're killing
let's see
me.
the Greek's new face.
Oh, man, y'all are wild.
Fowler's 8-ball said I was supposed to shave, and I got so close, and I just couldn't do it. I had to go against the 8-ball. I was like, I could not shave. I just couldn't bring myself to do it.
How dare you go against the 8
And
ball?
my razor was not charged. My shaver was not charged, and I was just too lazy, and I fell asleep. So that's the real reason. But I put the poll out, and I can't see the dang results of my own poll. So, yeah,
Did
I
they
didn't
get it
shave.
As long
I
as you're
asked
not swinging around that pole, Greek, we're all right.
I put a pull out and I slipped
How
on
many
my
of those have
razor.
you
That's
had?
all I heard. That's all I heard.
None. This is my first, honestly.
I was on a pole and I slipped and I dropped my
Right.
razor. That's all I heard. I
Right,
got a comment
right.
that's directed at me. If I can address it, if that's okay, guys.
Yeah, can you bring up comments?
Yeah, now I can. Now I'm allowed. In
Oh,
the world,
good.
In the
Good.
world of the gods here, Greek. It says, Kryptonian, ask somebody with the capacity to keep it 100% real. So maybe he's asking me, or maybe I'm asking you guys, but please tell everyone how many more pivots you are willing to take before you admit something's off. That's a very, very good statement. I could take that either way. So if you were asking me, and I guess we can ask everybody here, but if you were asking me, I see my name in there. So this is how I operate. So anytime I throw my money, which I actually earned, I didn't borrow the money. This is off a credit card. This is real actual money that I actually went and used up my life energy for. And I was having this conversation in that Discord today, because it's like the thought is, at least I'm not going to put words in their mouth, but the way they made me feel you know how I feel about feelings, is that I was forced to invest into this project. Like someone literally put a gun to my head and said, you make that swap right now. Yeah, there you go. You buy that safuu, you little bitch. That's what I feel like they made me feel. You know, I'm like, okay, I'll do it. You know, it doesn't happen. I actually made the conscious decision to go, you know what? I want to get into that. It looks good to me. I like the rebasing. I made the swap. I did it. I made some profit. You know the whole thing, right? So now we're in Vulcan. So to the question, please tell everyone how many more pivots, because I always talk about pivots. So I guess this is at me. So the way I operate is this: when I go in on something, I go all in. I'm all in, all the way to zero. I've been saying it since day one. I will follow this project, any project that from the freedom of my own, volition here. No one forced me to do it. I go in as far as it will take me until I'm profitable. If that's to zero, then it's to zero. So I'm going to pivot as many times as I need to come out ahead. And that's how I've come out ahead thus far in my life. All right. I haven't had to borrow any money from anybody by the grace of God, because I've learned to pivot.
Well, not only that, brother, how many times have you had to pivot in your business?
Man, I had to pivot yesterday and today.
Exactly.
I mean,
it's an everyday occurrence, man. It's constantly.
Yeah.
It's nothing new to a business owner.
That's right. It's just the way it is. It's just the way it is.
And life, Odie. I mean, life in general, man. You're always getting roadblocks and shit thrown at you, man. It's all about, you can't change that. It's all about how you deal with it.
It is the human condition.
Exactly.
It's the human condition. I can't change what happens to me, but I can change how I react to what happens.
That's
exactly 150%, brother.
And so to close up this question, Mr. PDX, and I hope this answers your question. In life, there's always something off. You guys hear me say it all the time. Nothing ever goes as planned. So plan for everything. I plan for problems with this project. The moment I'm getting hardware and developers, I'm getting people involved, and I don't have complete control, I'm not there pressing buttons and making decisions. There's a lot of concern. But you know what? I learned to roll with the punches. And it's the way it is. Everybody's got a plan till they get hit in the mouth. And I've been hit quite a few times. So I've therefore learned how to create some plans. And so I'm going to take this all the way to zero if I have to. If not, in the flip side of that, I'm going to take it all the way to $1,000, as Prado would say, whatever comes first.
Yeah.
So I hope that answers your question. So
I was telling you guys that I work in transportation. So like for me, when things are going too good,
it's just a matter of time, brother.
What the hell's going on? So I pivot every day. There's always a problem. You just got to take what's thrown at you, be like, okay, assess the situation and move forward. And that's what I tend to do with anything thrown at me. The worst thing you can be is somebody who's not flexible or not just so stuck in their ways. Like I know people, like if you throw one thing off, their whole day's ruined. You shouldn't plan for perfection. Always plan for chaos, and then perfection, you'll be happy with it. Or perfection is not attainable. It's like you're just trying to get as close to it as possible.
Yeah. So I'll be honest. One of the things, right on. One of the things that actually caused me to start writing a book is having employees that didn't have that kind of mindset. So initially what would happen whenever they would encounter a problem, instead of, and again, it took me some time to get like this. This didn't happen to me overnight, but what I saw in my employees was every time they would encounter a problem, they would either bitch and complain about it, or they would point fingers at somebody instead of immediately trying to come up with a solution or pivoting and coming up with another solution. So, and that's exactly what the team did here. They looked at the math. They said, wow, we gave out all this bonus, which nobody hesitated on day one to take that bonus, free money, right? Not one person. I mean, there were some people that waited till the end, but majority of people sacrificed in that early period to get that maximum bonus, right? Knowing that this shit could happen, knowing that anything could happen. This thing, I mean, legitimately could go to zero. That's why we say don't invest more than you're willing to lose in any crypto project. Now, what happened was some people saw an opportunity to potentially change their lives, and they over-leveraged themselves. And now they're sitting there whining and complaining because they can't touch their money. Free money that was given to them by Brian.
Right.
Not to mention, when we launched this blockchain, the liquidity is not there. They're only injecting a small amount of liquidity. So where do you expect all this money to come from? if everyone was to sell without a vesting period. The money's just not there. This thing would fall flat on its face if everyone sold.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
glad
You
you
know,
brought
and you
up liquidity,
right,
'cause that helps
and you'll hear people say, "I understand, but I don't like it." If you understand, then that's it. You understand. Then
Do you
you
know what
roll
the
with the
biggest
punches, and it is what it is. Stop
deal is?
complaining. Stop whining.
People can't separate their personal gains on selling versus the blockchain's overall gains. And
Right.
I'm happy that the team is willing to cause chaos in the Discord for the overall well-being of the blockchain. It shows you that
Sure.
they're not just trying to like please everybody all the time, because you can't please
Right.
everybody. No matter what you do, you could say go left, somebody's gonna say I want to go right. You know, it's that way in life and with
Can't
everything.
please all the people all
Yeah.
the time, brother. Can't do
And
it.
Kevin Rowlandson brings up a great point here. Yes, price will go up, but how long will it stay up? How does that help us? It does help new vol investors, but not the long timers, as the price will come down, probably thoughts. I think what's part of the issue here is everybody just views this like a token project that doesn't have every little thing built upon it. So what's going to happen is they're going to have very small liquidity. The price is going to rise because it's built in like that now. It's going to
Right.
rise. I can't say how high it's going to go or how fast it's going to go, but it's going to rise. And I can honestly say that because you have 2.5% that can be sold. You only have 90, like every other person's going to want to get in. You're going to have all this marketing and all these projects coming in. But what happens when people buy in? Everybody just assumes that they're buying in and they're going to be like a token project where the only thing you do is buy and hold the token. When you buy BNB every day, how many of you in the comments, I just want to know, just for my knowledge, how many of you actually buy BNB and actually hold it because you are investing in BNB? It's probably very, very slim, probably 1% of you, but you guys interact with BNB on a daily basis. A lot of you just buy BNB like me. The most BNB I've ever held in my wallet at one time was like 3 BNB, and it lasted like 5 minutes because I only got the 3 BNB so I can get in a project, and that was the only reason it was there. And then I get out and I put it in like BUSD when I come out. I put it in stables. So that's why I don't hold BNB that much. But that's what I do with BNB. A lot of people coming in, that vol is just the vessel to the project. Once they buy into the project, all that vol that they bought in for, so they could buy in for like, let's say 50K vol and buy into a project. That 50K now is sitting in a liquidity pool that is just there in the liquidity pool and is not being sold. So that's how it benefits us. And that's going to increase our liquidity, which is going to stabilize price. They're going to inject more liquidity. And then as we taper this over 12 months, you won't even notice these sells. And if you released it all at once, you'd probably get less than $9 as your sell price if you were to sell your whole bag. If you sell on, I guarantee you it's not going to be under $9. You're going to end up getting more. And think of it this way. When you rebase, you sell your 2.5% the first month. If you sell on the last day, you rebase 3.6%. So you actually gain 1.1% on your bag while selling your 2.5%. A lot of people don't realize that. Your flexes too, you get to sell those. We get all that. Plus, we have a dollar cost average of $1.50 where everybody else is getting it at market value. We know that price is going to rise. So once the initial crew buys at $27 or like $20 and $40, you're going to have buys at $60. You're going to have buys at $90. There's always buyers at whatever price it is. And then you create these different pockets where like, okay, now the 160, the 120 buyers take profit at 200, but then the 140 buyers have to get it up to 210 to take their profit. So it's always that's how these things rise. So that's what's going to happen. It's everybody just assumes that everybody's going to take their profits and go out. But once they start dispersing their money, it's in projects, you're going to be surprised at how stable this price is. Look at BNB. It jumps like from 330 to 280. Like this is what it's doing. Okay. Unless you that's what goes on when you have stability. And that's what the team is trying to create. And when you get stability in this price, the flex payouts and the power pool payouts are going to be tremendous. You guys will be like the happiest people ever. I can't even do the math. Like, I don't want to throw math numbers out at you because I don't want to get you like crazy, but it's like I said, 10% a month is at a price of $9 and 50 million daily volume on your bag. What do you imagine 150 million volume and a price of 100 does to you? I don't even want to say. It's like 50. It's like 40% you make, and it's only on your initial bag. So whatever you started out with, which a lot of people would love that.
Great, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can
what's
hear
up,
you.
Kurt?
Yeah.
What's up, Kurt?
Hey, fellas. So not saying any guarantees, but technically you're saying even though we're vested in 10 months, if we get that 10% every month we could get 100%, which kind of technically is 100% of what our initial bag is at mainnet launch.
It is, yeah.
So I think that's pretty bullish for me. I'm pretty much just going to hold my bag now. I was going to take initial profits, of course, but I think I'm just going to take advantage of the flex pools and the par pools. So yeah, it definitely changed a lot of people's strategy, including myself, and I think that's where I'm gonna.
Curtheus, I'm going to get you very excited right now. Price of $40, 50 million daily volume. You earn 23% of your bag, your initial bag every month. How about that?
Oh yeah, I did see your video yesterday, and
Good.
yeah,
I knew you watched. I knew you were one of the good
I don't
ones.
have my camera on right now because I'm at work and in uniform. So, but
Thanks for joining, man. Though.
Yeah, you're good, brother. You're good.
23% is a lot.
So Greek, how will the rebasing affect price? I mean, we all saw what rebasing did to the safuu price at some point. You know, it was pretty much guaranteed to come down. How is the rebasing going to affect price?
Okay.
You know, into that
Glad
month
you asked
10
that, 'cause
and month 12.
now I have the percentage. So you earn 3.6% a month on your bag size. Before you earned 100%. That's a 97% less rebasing effect that you're getting. So you got that on top of the being a blockchain, everything's built with higher volumes and the fire pit being so much higher. I don't anticipate the rebasing even matter. It's not even going to do anything, which now it's actually truly a selling feature because it's not adding to supply. We're still going to be deflationary. So I'm ecstatic with it. And I look at it as now it's a passive income source where before it was just like a marketing ploy to get people in and it was actually affecting price and all that stuff. Now you can actually be like, look at this. You're earning this much, 3.6% of your bag just on rebasing alone. So
there you go.
What I said 10%, just make it 7% because now all the rebases aren't getting released to your wallet. So just there, that's 3.6%. Just subtract that. So 6% you're making at $9 and 50 million volume. So there you go. And Brooklyn Huddle Vulcan, I sent you the link in Discord. Biz reached out to me saying you wanted to join. Kevin Rollinson, price will go up because liquidity is being fed with taxes, buys, sells, etc. Price will rise, say, to example, 100 price will go down. New investors will sell, say, example, $50. You still get your vol at $1.50. Yeah, we're still making a ton more, like a ton more. And we get to, I want people to think, it's not like you can't sell anything on the way. Like they act like they're locked up for 12 months. They're getting a portion, plus they're getting their daily flex that they can go ahead and sell. Like if the price jumps up to $400 one day and you have like your daily flex that day, go ahead. You can sell that, like, and lock in those profits. You can play the games, you know. It's great for the overall life and for price to stabilize. And stability in price is a huge thing with this blockchain.
Yeah, man. No doubt.
Benzies with a $10 super chat. I got a solution for the people that want to dump their bags. That 2.5% they're getting initially, why don't they sell it? Because I bet the initial they sacrifice, it comes back the first week. Yeah. If they want, sell that when it jumps up, sell that 2.5%. You'll get your initial at $90. Dio did the math. So at $90, you sell your 2.5%. You get back what you sacrificed. So there you go. Then you're free rolling. This is a smart investment strategy. Always take out your initial, and you can even take out more because you can sell your flexes. You're not limited to just 2.5%. You could sell the power pool, and now you're up in profit, and now you're free rolling for the life of a blockchain. That should get you excited, right? If you're free rolling in a blockchain, we all want to be early in a blockchain, and you still have 97% of your bag. Actually, you have more because it rebased 3.6% the first month. So now you have your whole bag left in month 2, so you're free rolling. That's exciting to me. I don't know, but
no,
but yeah. I'm always excited.
Why wouldn't you be excited about that?
I don't know. Kelly Productions with the super chat. Thank you so much, everybody, for the super chats. I'm sorry if I'm not getting to main comments. There's a ton of them. We got 149 people watching. We are on 4 different channels. Kelly Production says, keeping it 100, a pivot is a pivot. If you're seeing an audible in place, then you have to adapt. What they put all this money and time in this just to troll, Laughing out loud. Brian Legend is protecting our assets. Wake up, degens. I 100% agree. They're not doing this to like mess with us. They're not doing this to laugh in our face. Obviously, they're doing it for a reason. Now, some people were asking me the theories today why they did what they did with the vesting. Why announce 5 months if then they were going to go back and change it to 12 months? And I had this theory. Do you think Brian was doing that to kind of like gauge our reactions? He knew he was doing 12 months the whole time, and he just wanted to like rip the Band-Aid off piece by piece. Like if they're okay with 5, then I'll throw this at them. And I go, that's one theory, but I don't believe that theory. Okay,
I don't think so.
Is that just so? Then my other theory is the exchanges said we want you to vest. The team came up with a vesting strategy. 5 months. They thought it was they had it in place. They probably then went back to the centralized exchanges, said this is what we put in place for vesting, and they go, that doesn't work for us. We need a 12-month vesting period. So then they went back to the drawing board. Now you're the team. How do you release this to people and make people feel good about it? There is no way. I've said this many times. There's no way in hell you can bring out a vesting to people and make people feel good. So in a way, I kind of liked how they did it. Just rip the Band-Aid off. If you're going to tell me news, just tell me straight to my face. Tell me to post. Let me deal with it. The Discord, even if it's great news, they're all going to lose their crap. We all know that. So like, it doesn't matter. So that's what I think happened, and that's my story. I don't know for 100% fact, but I don't think the team's doing anything nefarious, saying, "Oh, let's mess around with people."
And here's the other side of that too. If you think at this point, if the team's doing something nefarious, why did you?
Is this the one everybody's talking about?
Yeah. Sorry.
Safuu also started the fire pit at 0%. Now Vulcan starts at 81%. Then we actually vaporize the coins every 90 days to 51. Huge difference than before. I 100% agree.
Yeah,
this is a totally different beast. Like, we're trying to compare a token to a blockchain, and a lot of people can't get that token mentality out. And I get it, because we're in a bear market, and every token project people are in is just like, sky's falling, everything's going to crap, and we understand that. So we got to understand that everything's being built on this. Everybody's coming in. They're not like us just investing in vol. They're coming in for everything else, and we're going to bear the fruits of their labor. Nathan B, before vesting, I wasn't interested in buying more Vulcan at launch, but now I see so much value. I'm going in big. Huh. Look at that. One person not selling his 2.5%. He's actually adding. And Nathan B is a big believer in the blockchain, so that's good to see. And a lot of the whales are like that too. And they put a wrench in your plan now with all the nodes. They don't get their rebases, so
it is what it is, brother.
That's what I knew you'd say. See, I wanted to prove a point. Like,
it is what it is, brother. But you know what? I get all that flex. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I remember I told you the nodes get their rebases. You're like, oh yeah, but that doesn't change anything. I'm not selling any of it anyways.
Yeah,
and I'm like,
change anything.
He goes, they could lock it up for all I care. And I'm like, yeah, you have a plan, which is the long-term plan. Not saying I know, and I fully understand there's other people that have different plans. And
well, don't get me wrong. I mean, would I like to take some of my money out? Sure. But now I can't. So it is what it is. I'm not going to sit there and throw myself on the ground and cry like a baby and,
Now this
hem and haw about it.
It's job.
Cody J says we all sacrificed under conditions, and everything has since changed, which isn't a bad thing. I just don't appreciate being attacked for not shutting up and smiling whenever Brian makes a change. I will 100% agree with this statement. Like, I'm just not smiling because I agree with everything. Okay, just whatever Brian says. Brian could say the earth is flat. I'm not just going to agree. Okay, then I'll throw my foot down. But the math makes sense, and it's my plan. So when I do this, and I get everybody's got different plans. Everybody has feelings, and I can't tell somebody how they feel or not. So I will never do that. And I know Brian said this when no one is owed anything since we sacrificed our funds. So whatever happens at the end of the day, I know he said that. And I think he was talking out of frustration. A lot of people were like worried. Brian said it's a sacrifice. Nothing's owed to us. In a way, he's right. Nothing. I mean,
he is right. What if this thing crashes and burns and goes to zero? And that is potentially, that could happen. Yeah. I don't see that happening, especially with the vesting period. But I put my money in, and I put a shit ton of money in, knowing that that could potentially happen. That is a 0.011% possibility of happening. And just like every other crypto project,
Yep.
you know,
Just like any
And
other
will you be happy if it happens?
just
on-chain
like
No.
any other investment. I mean, look, the stock market could crash tomorrow.
Yeah, I could go buy a brand new truck, and I have
Right.
many times, and it literally was a lemon 3 weeks later.
Yeah, you
know?
drive it off the lot and somebody creams you.
Oh,
You know what
that
I
happened
mean?
to me
Now
too.
at
Yeah,
least you got insurance, but somebody could hit you. Yeah, I mean
yeah.
you
So
never know. You
life's a
never
gamble,
know.
guys.
So
Life's a
yeah, so
gamble.
that's why you never invest more than you're willing to lose.
That's right.
It's 100% true. I
And,
mean,
and that's why I don't get emotional, because
Me
this
too.
isn't going to pay my bills.
Yep.
This is one of multiple plays I do on a daily. One, guys, if you're waiting on this one, you will be disappointed. You put your faith in one man, I guarantee you, he will let you down. Okay.
Yep.
Now we're not talking about one man, we're talking about multiple men and women running this project. Put your faith in yourself.
Pride
You
is
know?
right.
Yeah. No one's coming to save you. Be your own hero, right? And
Correct.
but again, this I don't, just like NR, I don't expect this to crash. I mean, I think the vesting, as we've talked about, NR, it's a good idea, right?
And here's the thing: I'm not attacking anybody, so I don't want anybody to feel that I'm attacking them. But at the end of the day, if it were a bad move, that the team's doing, and then you wanted to get vocal and start hemming and hawing because they did something that was a bad move for the blockchain and the overall health of the ecosystem, then yeah, I'll listen. But at the end of the day, if they make a move that we all know and understand is beneficial to, again, the entire ecosystem, what can you complain of? What do you have to complain about other than you over leveraged yourself and now you're not happy about it because you can't get your money out? That's it. There's nothing else you can complain about.
now,
I think like the thought process is okay, and I'm not, we're not defending or agreeing with the choices that was made, but I think the thought process is, was the changes made for the better of us all? And in my opinion, I think it does help us and support us in the long term. And two, can we do anything about it? And I guess people moved on to complain about it, but in reality, we we don't really have any control about it. So all we can do is accept the fact that yeah, it is what it is, and then we move forward and pivot at least that's what I'm doing to make the better decisions for my investment.
exactly. Now, if they had made this change and said we're vesting, but we're taking away the flex and we're taking away the power pool, I can assure you, me and Prado would not be up here going, "Oh, look at Vulcan! We're gonna
Right.
make all the like everything we've been preached." Like this has things in place.
Yeah.
It's paying you daily passive income, and it's forcing you to collect daily passive income. But people are worried because it's like a mental block that having that money tied up that they have no control over it. And I get it. Like it is scary. It is scary. But
Yeah, but control's an illusion at the end of the day, Greek.
yeah, really,
I
do you
mean,
have
that's-
control even if it's in your wallet? Like
No.
things can crash and burn on you, and you're
Yeah,
left.
man. Control's
there
an
holding-
illusion, brother.
I mean, I think it's pretty simple. I mean, it's really simple, guys. The people who want the influencers to be all mad and everything, until the good, the bad outweighs the good, there's nothing for me to flip on. There's okay, they extended the vesting period. Okay, well, what's on the flip side? What does that mean? Oh, less money on the board, right? Less sales on the board. So that means more up than down because more is locked up. So until that negative outweighs the positive, how the hell do you want me to have a some type of angry face, right? Why? Like, I can't, me personally, right? I cannot fake being angry, and I can't be fake being happy, right? So if I'm happy, there's a reason why I'm happy, right? I weighed out the options. I weighed it out. I do more analyzing than just turn on a camera and just coming on here and just be like, the sky is falling because the vesting period got longer and I got less money on day one. Like, that's not how you look at this stuff. That's not how you look at it. You have to stop. Okay. They extended the vesting period. Why? Right? More confidence for the centralized exchanges, right? Especially in this day and this time in the market, right? You got there's other blockchains out there that shows you when you don't have a vesting period, what does it look like? It looks bad, right? Looks bad.
We're gonna show one today.
Yeah, I know. We're gonna show Arbitrum, right? And guess what? I saw. I'm gonna tell you exactly how I saw this. I knew the name, but I never got into it. I saw it. It popped up on my phone. It had like a fire emoji. It said Arbitrum, like it was on fire. I'm thinking like, oh, it's doing numbers. It's doing numbers. Those fires must have been meaning burning in hell, because when I looked at it, it went from 11 to 1. Right. So
yeah.
And it had no vesting. So that should tell you right there what to expect when you don't have vesting. Okay.
Correct.
So that right there is enough to me to be like, thank God this team cares not to look like that. Right. So guess what? If they didn't put it in there and it went straight to the flat ground, how many people would be banging the drums saying it was some type of conspiracy? The money was rubbed. It'll be everything under the sun. But guess what? Here we go. We're complaining. Well, some of us, not all of us. Some of us are complaining that the team is almost doing this in a malicious way. No, they're invested in the same thing you're invested in. Well, sacrificed it. Sorry, let me not use invested. Sacrificed in. We're all sacrificed into this. We all sacrificed. It's plain and simple. We sacrificed. We gave up control of our assets in search of something, in hopes of something. And here they are. They're like, we're knocking on the door. Everything you guys been beating on, talking about we want centralized exchanges, they done it. They're telling you, in order to get it done, we need to do this. They're showing you what they need to do. Why is there people going against this? And the only thing I can think of are your day one sellers. That's it. That's your only option. That's your only option. Because if you're here for the long term, hell, if you're even here for the medium term, meaning like maybe a couple years, a year, you still want this to reach that year. You still want it to reach a year. The only people who are complaining is the people who can't leave as soon as this thing goes live. So they can't make it look like Arbitrum, right? That's it. That is it. Plain and simple. There's no discussion. There's really no discussion. There's no other options. There's no, it could have been this, it could have been that. There's no 50-50 on this. It's real simple, guys. Do you want to succeed or do you want to fail? It's that simple. I want to succeed. So whatever it takes to succeed, I'll do it. I'm happy with it. I'm on board. Period. There's no.
I love it.
There's no left or right to this, guys. There's no left or right to this. I want to see this on exchanges. Okay, vesting is required. Sign me up.
Yeah, and Plan B says we keep the vesting period equal across the board. It's fair for everybody. It doesn't care if you're small bag, big bag, same stuff. I know their 2.5% is much bigger and they get to sell and it's a lot more money, but they also invested a lot, sacrificed a lot more. Plus, people whine that it isn't a requirement for sex, but sets recommendations. If we chose to ignore them, how does it look? It looks bad. Yeah,
I don't know.
Looks bad.
I love how Fowler is like a sniper, man. He just sits in the cut and he just sits back and waits, man. And he, love that shit, man.
Yeah, y'all see me.
Love that, brother.
People are loving Fowler.
Feisty
Fowler tonight, that
was good, man.
Now we'll go in the darkness for about 30 more minutes, and then I'll come back.
Samantha wants to know, by the way, who's that young gent at the bottom? Let's introduce everybody to Brooklyn Hodl Vulcan.
What's going on, Brooklyn?
Hey,
Hold on.
how you doing,
What's
brother?
up, man?
What's up,
How's
brother?
it going?
He's now a streaming pro. After this is his second stream of the day, so he's joining the ranks.
Oh
He's
man,
doing
you're
good.
getting the time in.
Nice.
That's why I'm on the bottom. I got to work
There
my
we
way
go,
up the
there we
rank.
go.
Nah, we gotta fix that, man. Let me fix that real quick. Hold on, put you up here. real
Won't
quick.
take long.
There you go.
Damn, instant.
Congratulations.
Quick drink at a time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thanks.
You
Congratulations.
just got promoted.
And we had a super chat come in from Ashley, Uran Kim. Thanks so much. I made my own decisions with my own beliefs and trust in the Vol team, and all I can do is support the team and the project until we succeed.
Yeah.
That is what we have to do. Like, you're already invested right now. So, like, that's why a lot of the complaints I go, what are you doing? How are you helping your investment or your
Right.
sacrifice? Like, I get it. You may not like it, but going forward, we have to pivot because you're hurting yourself in a way.
Well, no, you are. I mean, I think everybody should be conducting themselves to where when new investors come into that Discord, you want them to throw their money in. Regardless of how you feel about things, you want new investors to come in and you want them to throw their money in. So if they see a room full of people whining and crying and talking shit about Brian and the project and this, that, the other, yeah, it's not conducive to new investors wanting to put money in, you know? It's just not.
So Gmovol wants to know, Plan B, how serious are these NDA agreements with the SEX? Centralized exchange. I'll say that from now on. They really don't want you to let your community know. Yeah, Plan B, come on. We got 157 people who say they want to know what it is. You know, I know it's a tier one. I don't need it's a big one, you know. Prado
I'm
said
guessing
we'll get two in the top 10.
I'm guessing KuCoin. That's my, because they have all kind of stuff on there. They
You think,
really
huh?
do. I'm guessing KuCoin. That's my
KuCoin.
go-to. Yeah, I'm
Well,
guessing.
that would be no
KuCoin.
small fish.
Not at all.
So ambient chill. Hey guys, greetings from Estonia. 2:47 a.m. That is awesome. You guys pumping content
is
nonstop.
awesome.
Keep it up. You're all awesome. Maybe the only two light node holder from Estonia. Ah, awesome.
Nice, brother.
Nice to have you here, and I'm glad you're watching. When you have sleep, you could be catching up on, and you know, you can wake up to Prado in the morning.
That's going to be their coffee in the morning.
Right.
And
So many comments.
I can't help you, brother. I'm on my phone.
Yeah. Mark Spittler says, I invested in a team, a new project. We still have the same team. We still have a new project. Trust the team. Be bullish. This is a great point.
Yeah.
Like, and a lot of people were talking about we were sacrificed for one thing. If we got something way better. I mean, every stage of the way, they've made things better. And then now that they go, oh, we're going to make it really better so the price has nowhere to go but up. And now we're all going to cry foul. But everybody has cried foul the whole way. Oh, nice. Your Fowler's stuff comes into my, so I can bring it up. Like and subscribe. Help the channel grow. Remember, you guys make it possible for us to do what we do. Without you guys watching, I'm just an ordinary Greek with nobody watching him. Ain't that the truth? So here's a good point. You can either pivot and cry, or you can have some fun while we pivot.
Right.
And,
pivot.
you know, like when the friends were pivoting up the stairs with the couch, you can have some fun, you know?
What? What are you talking about?
I've never
You
had
talking about,
fun doing
you
that
talking
when
about
I
friends,
moved.
man. Ross,
couch.
Ross and Chandler.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
He a
man.
mover.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Up 4
Pivot.
flights of stairs
Pivot.
outside. in the
30-something.
cold. No, that's
Yeah.
Pivot.
Sonny T says Fowler hit the nail on the head. Sex says vesting required. Sign
Hey,
me up.
don't feel bad. I did the other one earlier today.
Yeah.
I got hit bad. I said Dex. So
You know, here's another thing too, and I was talking to Greek and Kryptonian about this earlier. So I'm in 2 other projects that are doing a vesting period. One is Kyoto and one is Layer 1. both are doing a vesting period. You don't hear anywhere near the amount of crying and complaining that you do from Vulcan. And Kyoto's, their vesting period was not announced previously. Their rebasing, nobody was told that their rebasing was going to stop. You then had to lock up your tokens in order for the rebase to continue. Then they instituted a tax. Now, there were some people that weren't happy about it, but the amount of people complaining in Vulcan is 10 times the amount between both of those projects. And both of them have vesting periods. It's just amazing to me that for some reason that the people in the Vulcan community are just, you can't make them happy, you know?
So we're going to show something right now.
Oh,
huh. Nice.
And this is what happens when you do
Right
not
off the
have
chart.
that vesting period.
Now, this isn't per se a blockchain token with all the utility on it. So this is even worse for this token because it's on Arbitrum network, but Arbitrum uses Ethereum as their main token for gas fees, just for anybody who realizes that this was just they wanted to release their token. So they've been doing airdrops of their token. So basically they were giving out free tokens, which this is why it's meaningful to us. They were giving out free tokens to a bunch of people, giving out tons. And there was no vesting required, no lockup period. So it's like, what do you think's going to happen? Everybody's giving out free stuff. They're going to go straight to, I got to get my money out. This is free. You know, they got to get it out. And you see what the chart did. It was like, do. As soon as people started going, boom.
That's gross.
Now, how does this chart recover? The liquidity probably took a big hit because you gave out all these free tokens. Does it recover? Who knows? But Arbitrum, I don't want people to think the blockchain Arbitrum's in trouble because they're built on Ethereum and Ethereum's for gas fee, so they're doing just fine. Okay.
oh yeah. And my understanding is their transactions have surpassed Ethereum. So even though that happened, so
so this is just their token that they wanted to release. You know, their layer 2 blockchain using Ethereum. So, but this is what happens, and this is why the vesting is important, because once you go down, remember in school, like this is the analogy, like whenever you got a bad grade to start the semester, it took you all semester to get that grade your grade back up. But if you got like, you know, it's so much harder to rise back up as it is to fall. But if you were like had an A average and then the last test you bombed, you go from like an A to a B minus like instantly. It's like it drops you really fast. So you want to have that stability going up. Nice, slow, steady, and you don't want to have this happen because it's hard to recover from this. And what happens to projects coming in when they see this chart?
Yeah, not to mention what happens to new investors when they look at this. It's not attractive
to get in.
Yeah, man.
They scared. They don't want to get in.
I mean, I might get in like if it goes like a penny or something.
Yeah, you might. Yeah, you might throw a little something at it, just hoping, you know.
Yeah.
I get that, but serious money coming and looking at it, you're going to sit back and wait and see what happens.
Yeah, Benzie said ARB should be the poster boy of what happens with no vesting. And it's not necessarily like vesting is like, I get it if you weren't given free. Like if we had just bought, like let's say they said you can pre-sale $9, then I would be like, why are we vesting? That's kind of where we have no advantage because you have equal liquidity. There should be no point, you know. But because we're given 6 times our money, it has to happen. It has to happen because too many people would sell.
I mean, I could make a case, man. I could make a case. Like pretty much you could tell when a team cares about a project, right? Let's look at Arbitrum, right? Do you think they have that type of direct connection with their community? Because if I did, and this is not, I mean, I'm not a rocket scientist, guys, but I'll tell you one thing, right? If I'm running, let's just say I'm running a blockchain, the one thing is I know if the more inflation I create, the less value I have. I know that just basic school. Like I know that. The more money printed, the more it's worthless. Like, right? Like I know that. So if I care about my blockchain's technical success would be what revenue it generates and if it stays up and what is it just its point of being. right? Which is to make money. And more or less down the road, anybody, you should know how much like stuff you're airdropping. Like
Greek, you're in two places.
it's you should know to literally like, okay, look, I think I put out maybe like an additional maybe 40% supply on top of what's already we've already decided to launch with. Like if I'm getting to these crazy levels of inflation, there should be no more airdrops. But that's how you can tell when something like a team cares about, right? The team clearly cared about inflation because they cut the rebasing off almost a month before they initially said they were going to cut it off. I mean, not a month before, but like once we got to the point where we were supposed to launch and we were delayed, the rebases weren't cut back on, right? It could have been like, oh, let's try to appease everyone, make everybody.
And didn't they let us vote? Didn't they let us vote on turning off the rebasing?
They did on safuu.
Yeah.
On safuu.
Yeah, on safuu.
But as far as like the Vulcan rebasing, no, they made the decision to be like, hey, let's cut that off because if we keep rebasing, we're killing, we're stabbing ourselves, we're bleeding ourselves out. So let's cut it off. And they knew they were gonna hear nothing but whining, right? Yeah. Why are we getting no more rebases? Why are we not getting more rebases? Because we want to have a successful launch. We want to have a healthy blockchain. We want to make it past a year. We want to do the long-term passive income. Can't do that if you just got, free coins just flying willy-nilly out there. And then the vesting thing was another tall tale sign that they cared about forward growth. You can't have passive income if everybody is just selling what you see on Arbitrum's chart. That's what it would look like. That's right there. Everybody wanted to talk poodles, right? That was what Poodles was talking about. That is actually what Poodles was
150%. Yep.
Okay.
And Plan B says a little birdie told me they also added 1 billion in liquidity in that chart. I haven't looked to validate that claim though.
That's kind of scary if that's the case. You know what I mean?
What's up, Star?
What's up, Star?
Y'all can hear me, right?
Yes,
oh
we
yeah,
can.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I know you gonna drop some knowledge. Go ahead, girlfriend.
Like
No. See, it's not about knowledge. It's more about you guys have been on this roller coaster for the most part since the beginning, right?
Oh yeah,
Indeed.
Yeah.
Okay, so we all remember all the drama that came with safuu, and it followed us all the way here. The big question you asked earlier was, well, why aren't we acting like other blockchains? Why are we having such an issue with it? And well, it's because of all the drama that happened before. It's followed us. I mean, that's hard to get around.
Yeah, fair enough.
And don't get me wrong, the math is there. The math is correct. I know it because it's Dio's math. I mean, these are things that we had joked about in the fall. We had put up like, oh, hey, look, this is a joke. What would happen if? And then, a change happens. And then we joke about it again and say, here's another thing that could possibly happen. I know that the math is going to work because we've already worked it out. So, yeah, the vesting is annoying as hell. I get that. I personally have some health problems that I would love to take care of, and I was hoping to take out the 5%. So, yeah, I have an issue with it, but that's just me personally for my own personal issues. In the long run, am I going to make a shit ton of money? Oh, yeah. I mean, hell, like the way they made this change, I get to drop $10,000 on day one and I can 10x it easily, like no problems. And so for me, it's not that big a deal. But the way things roll out, the way things get announced, how it just be like, this is the last time. It starts to grate on people's nerves. And when you have someone who's pretended to be someone else, you have someone who pretended to lose the keys, you have someone who, as much as they love the community and as much as they want to do good for the community and make us all millionaires, has not entirely been honest. And so we sit here and we ask ourselves, why is our community freaking out? Well, because they don't trust. And that's the big issue. I had Plan B come out and said, hey, look, this is what we're going to do. I don't think it would have been much of an issue. Had someone else come up and said, this is what we're going to do, I don't think it would have been as much of an issue. But you have this person who's come to us and said, hey, this is how it's going to be. And it's changed time and time again. and they've done some other things that were kind of questionable, then yeah, the community is going to freak out no matter what you're going to do. And that's why our community freaks out the way it does, unfortunately. And like I said, you guys, I don't disagree with anything you all are saying. The math is there, the vesting is there. That's all going to make us money. But we're asking ourselves, well, why is the community freaking out? And this is a major reason why. How do you fix something like that?
No, all great points, especially when you brought up the keys and things of that nature. Yeah, I mean, I can see that. I can definitely see that.
Yep.
And how did Kyoto take when they announced vesting? Because you're a part of that community.
I mean, there was some, there were some people that were like, oh, and theirs is super long too. I mean, their vesting period is pretty long. You had some people complain when initially they came out with their vault that you had to lock your Kyoto in if you wanted to continue the rebasing, and if you didn't do that, and then they also instituted a tax, for when you take it out. So there were some people that hem and hawed, but like I said, it was nowhere near the amount of complaining, and Star probably hit the nail right on the head. And I think that maybe comes down to a little bit more trust in that team. But then I also come back and say, okay, well, at that point, if you didn't trust the team, why did you sacrifice your safuu? Why did you sacrifice all of that money? Is it because you got all of that bonus and all of that free money? Well, then at that point, you really don't have anything to complain about, even if you didn't have that trust. You should have had those issues then. And I know some of these things came up a little bit after, like the keys and stuff like that, but, I think people saw those dollar signs and they saw those dollar signs, they saw all that free money. And like I said earlier, if we didn't have the vesting, where is all that money going to come from? The liquidity's just not going to be there.
I think the
like
biggest
I said,
issue,
you're not wrong.
Yeah.
The biggest issue is people want all the advantages of the sacrifice.
Right.
They want to see the returns of being on a blockchain.
Right.
But they don't want to go through the process of what it means to sacrifice and actually deal with the delays.
Right.
When you're in I've been in crypto projects where the delays have been like for stuff that's way simpler than blockchains, and you're like 8 months, your money's tied up. Yeah, it's great when it opens up and you're making money and everything, but it's hard to be patient. So it's like I get where people's frustrations are. It's just
I see it. I see it.
And
I'm sure I speak for all of us when I say Star. I hope that we'll keep you in our thoughts and prayers with your health issues, whatever they may be. Thoughts and prayers go out to you.
But I come from a kind of different school. I'm similar to Kryptonian in how I deal with things. I like people to just be straightforward with me. I like them to be honest. I like them to say, hey, this is what we're going to do and why we're going to do it, and not just delay. I mean, you guys say rip the Band-Aid off. They should have just straight up ripped the Band-Aid off.
Yeah.
And like my issue with this,
Well, there should have not been any Band-Aids in that respect.
Well, yeah.
Go ahead.
So why do you guys think? Why then do you think they did the 5 months and then came back with 12? In your opinion?
I think it's very much what Greek said. They had a counter offer and said, "Hey, we'll add you to our CEX, and this is how it's going to go, but we need you to do this."
That's the only thing that makes sense to me.
Yeah, and the language, it's just the language that's used. If you say this is the last time, people are going to expect, even if the pattern of last time has been not the last time for 6 months, they're still going to kind of expect that it's going to be the last time. But it's just, I just want them to be honest. Not even honest, just straightforward, and just say, hey, look, this is what we're going to do. This is why we're going to do it. And who cares? You guys have to deal with it. I don't want to be the wishy-washy about it. Like, what bothered me about this last time is I'm seeing Diogenes in there in the Discord, and we're joking about this hold. Like, what would happen if you hold this amount of people for this amount of time, and how high the price would go? And then, like, right after this all happens, Dio says, I bet someone's going to blame me for this when the team releases this information. And then not just 2 minutes later, Brian Legend comes in and bam, here's this 12-month thing. And I was like, oh my God, poor Diogenes. I mean,
it's all Dio's fault, right?
What a way to just like throw someone under the bus.
Here's, I guess, to your other point, I know you were saying with Brian and the keys and some of the trust issues, if the team had another spokesperson, which I kind of assumed they were going to do by now is kind of switch that up, and Brian was going to take a little bit of a step back, and maybe somebody else would come forward, whether it's Plan B or one of the other guys. Do you think that softens the blow a little bit?
I think it would. I'm not saying that So when they said it was going to be a DAO, right? I got really excited because that meant that there was going to be more than one voice representing our community. It wasn't just going to be one voice, the same voice that has a lot of stuff attached to it, a lot of emotional stuff attached to it. And so now you're sitting here and you're having nothing's really changed. We have a DAO, but it's the same patterns, the same behaviors. That's what I'm kind of concerned about. I mean, we want to bring in all these new investors, but we're not showing how we're a DAO. We're not showing, that there's more than one person at the helm of the project. We're only seeing one person. Don't get me wrong. We have Jason. He comes in and he says his 2 bits and he comes on the lives from time to time. But we need more of that.
Okay.
Yeah,
There's a little silence.
Yeah, no, we absolutely need more of that. I agree with you, Star. Sorry.
What's up, John?
What's up, Con?
I wanted to okay. So you guys know how hectic my life is sometimes, and I paused the video for literally 10 minutes so I can do both of my videos, and I somehow missed something that Star said that was like that everyone's just raving about in the comments. So I don't know what the hell you said.
Yeah, Compton saying thanks, Star, for speaking up because Greek is a suck up.
So what you say? I don't know.
No, Con likes giving me crap. Crypto Pride says preach, Star. Yes, I agree, Star. Then a lot of people saying how big Star's dog is. It's like a horse.
So does someone want to sum up what she said?
I can sum it up.
I'm like, I don't know.
No, I'll sum it up.
30 words.
30 words. So she simply said that she can understand why there's this distrust in the community with all the changes. People can adapt to change when there's a clear communication that brings forth the change. But we have some things that have happened, and I like how how you pointed this out, Star. You said she started off this way. You guys remember safuu? We all went, yeah, we remember safuu, and all the drama that we had with it, and then of course as it evolved over to Vulcan, we had some things that happened along the way, right? We had, of course, the keys. No, I don't have the keys, and all of a sudden you had the keys. That was a big one. Okay, that was a huge one. And then you had you get taxes. Oh wait, you don't get taxes. That was my issue, if you guys recall that. So for me, I've got my things that I'm like, okay, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, right? So to sum it up, she's simply saying you have to understand why the community is kind of shaken right now. We just want to be told straight up, hey, here's another Band-Aid we're about to rip off. Come, shoot us straight. We don't want any wishy-washy or subtle, subtle changes, whatever. So she's just basically saying, Con, you got to understand why we're pissed off or why we're upset about all this stuff, because just of the history the drama that was in safuu is, unfortunately, and we're talking about the distrust and all that, is in the Vulcan community. So everything is almost compounded. You want to talk about rebasing, the distrust and the questions and all, that's rebasing as well, because we're like, we want to believe. We do, right? Belief is the enemy of knowing. People laugh when I say that, right? Because they don't understand where I'm coming from in most cases. But I want to believe. I believe this is going where we all believe, where we all want it to go, but I want to know that it is, and the way we can do that is just shoot us straight, no more bullshitting. And they said, this is the last thing, so let's hope that is the case. I hope I summed it up, but that's what I received from her. So
I can understand that.
Good summary. Good summary.
Yeah,
Good
I've heard that. Like, I'm sure, like Hendrik has said the same thing. We've all had to explain. I've had to explain to my fiance each single time there's a difference. And at this point, I think she just looks at me, like rolls her eyes, and just doesn't want to hear it. She just doesn't even believe it's going to be a thing now. So that's unfortunately that's if you're not in here and doing what we're doing, you just hear this and you just like whatever. At this point, I don't care, and I can understand the community. Like as soon as you just started saying that about her, and that's what her synopsis was, I sympathize with that a lot. I understand.
Yeah. Now, when she breaks it down, when she breaks it down and says it like that to me and says, "Hey, this is why," I get it. When somebody just sits there and complains, I have a problem with that. And maybe I'm a little hardened to that just because I've had to deal with it for, 17, 18 years of employees bitching and moaning and whining. So, when somebody actually comes to me with a reasonable and a logical explanation, I listen, and that makes sense, and I get it. So yeah, it makes a ton of sense, and I do see both sides. And I certainly don't want anybody to feel like I'm attacking them or this, that, the other. And also, I guess I'm at a point too, just like Khan said, when you're in here all the time, it's just like, okay, another change. I'm used to it at this point, I guess. So it's just like, okay, roll with the punches. It is what it is. I can't do anything about it. So, okay, what am I going to do?
Well, each time though that change happens, you just have to explain and say like, oh yeah, well this time it's okay.
Yeah, and I think it does. I'm hardened to that to a degree.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Of having to defend those things as well. So Star, thanks for bringing that side logically.
But one
I'll
thing,
rewatch it.
One thing that Star did say when she brought that, which is real, and I appreciate the conversations we have in the Discord, Star, because it's always got so much substance in whatever she says. She just cuts to the chase. But one thing that she brought at the end of that statement she said was, or I think it was actually kind of at the beginning. She said, "But the math is real." Okay, so that's what I got was, and that's why I'm still here, because I still see the opportunity.
And she said, "I'm going to make a shit ton of money."
That's right. That's right. So the
It's
math
all
is
about what
real.
you want. It's all about what
She
you
hit the
want.
rat. She hit the Rav.
She hit the rat. Yeah, I'm gonna make a shit ton. So but basically that the math is real, and of course you're the one that's going to be looking at the results or the fruit of the math there, Con. Hopefully, with your TAs, as we move forward. So, but that's it.
I got a quick question. Now, when people saying that we're supposed to be a DAO, right? And we're supposed to be a DAO, in my own opinion, in concept, right? When are you actually a DAO? Is that when you think about your project or when that project launches? Because a lot of people complaining about how we're supposed to be a DAO, we're supposed to be a DAO.
I'm pretty sure it's when it launches.
Like, when does that get instituted? Is
When
that
it,
what
like when
you're
the
asking?
tokens come out.
When it
Exactly. So I mean, in the concept, we're supposed to be a DAO, but technically, we're not a DAO until we launch. So you see the argument that I'm trying to make here?
Yeah,
Even
every
then,
time we do something, they want to say we're a DAO now. But really, if you take the GVol and you give the treasury theirs, they control everything. So we're going to become a DAO, but we need to establish a baseline first. When we get fully decentralized, right now they're paying for everything. And I think Plan B said this on my live when he was live. He said right now they're paying for the blockchain, and it's going to take some time to recoup all those costs. And then once it's truly running and in good hands, then you leave it up to
self-sustaining kind of.
Yeah.
I mean, isn't the point to have the GVol as the governance token? All right. So until you have those GVol in your wallet, you don't have technically a voice.
Exactly. We're not a DAO yet.
Exactly. So that's the whole point.
DAO arguments is no.
Yeah, that's what, and that all feeds into the sacrifice thing. I think that's what Greek was trying to say. Like guys, at this point, we are still in a sacrifice stage, right? The blockchain is not active yet, right? Until we get the GVol in our hands.
Even then,
you're screaming at a brick wall. You're screaming at a brick wall. That's how I look at it. You're screaming at a brick wall. So why not just take the good? And
exactly.
Once we get to the point where we have the tokens in our hand, the GVol in our hands and stuff, then that's when you're like, everybody's like, slap your GVol on the tokens. Let's make somebody make some type of pitch or some type of declaration.
Yeah, let's vote on it.
Then we vote on it. Then we start. Everybody, if you want to band together and go out there with your tiki torches and stuff and your pitchforks, then that's when you do it. That's when you do it. Not now. There's no point. Right now, all you're doing is either spreading FUD or spreading like some type of uncertainty. No matter which way you try to cut it, right? No matter how many times you say I'm not fudding. I'm not saying anybody in here or anybody that's in chat. It does not matter. Because at the end of the day, if you're spreading this and that and it's just not positive, because that's what we want. We want it's only positive and it's only negative, right? If you're feeling in a negative sentiment way because of whatever has happened, it's negative. And it's okay to have those feelings. You should care what's happening to your, what you sacrifice. But at the same time, you did sacrifice. That's pretty much the point, guys. Like, we gotta, like Star said, right? Like, we want to hear realness, right? Everybody wants that. I want that. I don't complain about it, right? The whole thing that happened in safuu and stuff like that. Whatever. At the end of the day, he said he had the keys, but guess what? The fire pit wallet never got touched. To me, whatever. Water under the bridge. That was in safuu. We're in Vulcan now. It's a totally different day, guys. Are we still we're gonna still just drag stuff in? Are we just let's just forgive, right? Let's just forgive. Are we not forgiving people? Are we all not human beings?
Yeah, but the thing is, people forgive, but they don't forget, brother.
You don't have to. You don't have to forget.
That's the thing.
You don't have to forget. You don't have to forget, but you do not have to drag, right? You don't have to drag. Right? It's a whole bunch of things I've happened in my life where I'm like, I'll never forget what that person did to me. But I'm not gonna sit there and drag it like this person did this to me, and I'm gonna tell the whole world. And I'm gonna just I'm gonna sit back and rebound and do whatever I can to show whatever that happened to me that was negative. I'm gonna show that I can actually rebound and it won't take me down. That's my mentality. Now everybody else might be different. I can't tell everybody how they should be, but that's how I feel about it. And I'm just, when it comes to like how things are, it's just like people are just going at the YouTubers, like this whole, oh, you can't be this way and this way.
Oh yeah.
No, man, like it's not that, man. There's nobody here that's paid by the team, right? Nobody's paid to be positive, right? I'm not paid to get on every day. I get on every day because I want to get on every day and do a live, right? I don't get paid for this shit. I really don't, right? But I find myself getting up, doing whatever I need to do through the day, and making it here by 3 p.m. Eastern to do my show about Vulcan.
And he does an excellent job. For anybody who's not watching his show, there's 191 in here. You got to watch it every day. Let's make his biggest audience tomorrow. Plan B, I has a few comments. A lot of decisions are agreed upon as problems needs to be fixed. We don't have months to fluff around, and we don't fluff around delivering it. Got to understand we are an overall small team too. Then he did have an answer for Brooklyn Huddle. I can answer the DAO question. It will take about 12 months to ensure it is fully running without maintenance. When GVO lands, then we can vote on stuff, but we will still have to apply maintenance for a while. So that is the DAO.
That's good.
I remember I mentioned it to Brian because I said, doesn't the Treasury get a hold of a really big amount of it? And he said that it'll only really be there in just in case a really bad decision is going to be made. And then they'll step in. But basically after once it's fully worked out, then it'll become fully decentralized. They won't own any of the GVOL.
I know Fowler was going off on his stuff, and I was laughing because the ladies are making me laugh in the comments. So I'm reading their comments as they're going. All the wonderful ladies of the Greek are in my comments. They're always supporting and just making me laugh. Man, some awesome stuff though tonight with all this stuff. It's very interesting, how many different opinions people have on what's going on. There's no right or wrong way to feel. Obviously, everybody's got a different plan, but the math is there, and that's what makes me excited about all of it. Yep, the math. It's all about the math.
Yeah. And you know what? Don't fudge your own bag, because I see a lot of people in Discord talking about they day one holders of safuu, and they did this, they did that. If you held it that long and never sold it, even if you did sell, you made a choice, a conscious choice to get into Vulcan, even after whatever you thought was wrong with he got keys to the treasury, this and that. You made the choice. Now you're here in Vulcan. You got to live with your choice, and you can't bring out. If you felt that way about it, you could have just cashed out in safuu, whether it was at $100, $200, or when it dropped down to a few pennies, and he even gave us the 88 cents. You could have cashed out. Don't come in Vulcan and try to FUD talking about, well, this is the same thing that happened with safuu. You could have cashed out. You don't even got to be here. And I'm sorry, but it's the truth of the fact. Don't FUD your bag, and don't FUD other people here that's trying to learn about this stuff, it's aggravating to me.
It's absolutely
you
personal
could have cashed out
responsibility.
in safuu when the price dropped down to cents. You could have cashed out when allegedly he had the key to the treasury, and you was upset about that. You still sacrifice. Now, if you're going to sacrifice, hold your tongue and be a man or woman about it, and keep it 100 with yourself. It's a choice. It's an investment, and not all investments go good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't even, the fact that we're locked up in this vesting, that don't mean that just because we're locked up, we can't impact the performance of this blockchain. We still can impact it by FUDing and doing all this super negative stuff. We're out in the open. You don't want necessarily your influencers who's going to be talking to the money that's coming in. You do not want to sit there them like, oh man, I'm frustrated with this team. No, let's be on one accord. Let's find some common ground. We like I said, we can take care of the other stuff later on.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Kurt Furman.
I like this comment that says from Brian. It says, I believe more would have cashed out knowing what they know now. No, the problem is that if we knew what we knew right now, then we would have already known what to expect. So you would have known that your tokens were going to be, or your coin, sorry, because it's blockchain, would have been locked up for a year. You know that because you're waiting. The thing is, we didn't know you're going in with a vesting period. You did not know that. You were also going in knowing 191,000% APY too. Those are two very drastic things, very, very different from each other.
Yeah,
one you're like, I'm going to get so many on day one, and I'm going to be able to sell it, and then I'm going to be able to rebase a crap ton of them, and this, and that. And then the other hand is, oh yes, by the way, 97.5% of your tokens will be locked up for 11 months. I'm sorry.
I never agreed.
Unlocked over a period of time.
I never agreed with the rollout. I've never agreed with the rollout. Just like Star, I don't like the way things are presented sometimes. I really don't. But again, I don't make it a focal point when I live. Right. When I'm in front of however many people are watching me, that's not my focus. My focus is still the goal. And the goal is to promote and to make sure this blockchain has the best chance it has to be successful. So yeah, a lot of the things they roll out is the way they roll out. It's not greatest way. It can be done better. And hopefully they're learning. They're human too. Right. If I I'm running my own project, right? I'm running my own project. I'm going to make mistakes. Right? As much as I think I know every goddamn thing, I'm going to make mistakes. People make mistakes, right? But guess what? At the end of the day, I want to be successful. So guess what? If you're investing with me or you're investing in my project, please know that I'm trying to be successful, which means my project needs to be successful, which I'm trying to make you successful. So it's not like some type of malicious thing, and people try to make it seem malicious. That is the biggest problem I have, that people make it seem malicious. There's no maliciousness in this.
Exactly.
Hey, I was actually gonna follow on that. I think Brian originally wanted. I think he was all for the safuu X. Like, it made total, it was cool. Did it make total sense? No, but he wanted it to make sense and he wanted it to work. But I think as he started to place the bricks together, some weren't fitting together right, and then he started to get into the more professionalism part of having to deal with a bigger team and Uxie Labs forming, and then as well as had the hyper. Wait, what are the? I forget.
Decentology.
Yes, I'm sorry. I was thinking of Hyperverse. I think all those things compounded together, and then they like, oh well, I want to be able to list we want to be able to be on exchanges on day one, and then around that time, like, oh well, I don't think not having vesting and also 191,000 APY is probably the greatest idea. So I think that the vision was awesome, but I think in implementation he knew that it probably wasn't going to work. So then he started to just make it more attainable and more reasonable. And then that's why we went from this craziness to this more kind of docile, but still just very passive income based, as just opposed to just claiming rebases every day and then hyperinflating.
So there was a comment by Gil Barrow that I brought up on the screen, but I didn't read it. So he's a business owner in one of the whales, and he too questioned some of the business practices or implementation without smugness. I understand why people are upset. They understand, but then he says they don't understand the process. So he added don't after. So a lot of people don't know what's going on behind the scenes, and they don't understand. Now, some of the things they haven't released in the greatest way, but some things it's hard to release. Like there's no way you can release a vesting schedule and make people feel good about it. I've always said this. It's one of those things where you're screwed if you do, you're screwed if you don't. There's no good way. It's like, just give it to me straight and don't tease it. Just say, here's it. That's why I kind of liked yesterday's announcement. I really liked that they just say, here, boom, and now react. And okay, let people vent. They're going to vent, obviously, but eventually they get over it. And when you realize that it works out in your favor, you can't keep going on these tangents because it's doing nothing. It's like crying over spilled milk. The milk's still on the floor. You got to pick it up. You got to pick up the pieces. You got to move forward. You got to find a way, and that's what we have to do. Like always,
everybody's talking. Everybody has a different opinion, and I think they're all valid. I saw there was a comment a long time ago, earlier in the live, that someone said along the lines of "Please quit telling us how to feel" or whatever. I haven't heard anybody say how somebody should feel about this. I think everybody's entitled to feel how they feel about it, and are very valid. Missy said what she had to say, and I agree with that too. I have to say that I'm not the biggest fan of how the rollout has gone myself. I'm not trying to be critical. I still trust the team. I like the team, and I believe in what they're doing, and they've given me every reason to believe that they're going to deliver on what they've said they're going to do. But I can't say that I'm the biggest fan of how it's gone. I don't like the continual changes either. I realize that they have a small team. Plan B said it. And so I'm not trying to be hypercritical, and I think Jason knows that about me. But, I have 5 kids and 2.5 grandkids, right? My kids did not agree with everything that I told them. You got to do this, you got to do that, or I had to change something at the last minute. Things have to change. And I don't know if that's the best analogy or not, but it's getting kind of late. But I hope you guys understand where I'm coming from. Everybody has a valid opinion. We all have valid feelings. How we go about expressing those feelings, hopefully we can all be civilized about it, and we can even agree to disagree and just be grown-ups about the whole thing. That's all that I ask. You can tell me that you think I'm wrong, and you can tell me why you think I'm wrong. If you do it in a civil manner, I'll totally respect you. Mm-hmm. If you want to get in my face, yell at me, or get crazy, then hey, I got nothing. Yeah. I got nothing.
And the ninja comes out, huh?
Yeah, you go full ninja.
Hey, I like to be in a positive headspace as often as possible.
Wall on that ass.
It's like, but his ninja's like, he just like starts doing pull-ups and shit. It's like, right. Are we gonna fight? What are you doing pull-ups?
Right now I'm in my company truck, so I can't really do
handstands, and then you're like, okay, fine, you win.
He starts doing backflips away from you. Like, where the hell are you going, man?
Most people that work with me, they like that I try to be positive. I try to take care of my bus drivers and smile as often as I can and be in a positive headspace most of the time. That's just my life. That's just how I try to live. Am I always positive? No. There's like 2.5% of the time. Imagine that number. We all have our ups and downs, right? We deal with shit daily. Everything, things happen. I just like to be in a positive space. And you want to call me a fanboy for Vulcan? Call me whatever you want. I'm a fanboy, yes. I'm an optimist, but I'm also a realist. So I'm looking for the upside, and I'm looking for facts and actions that back up why I'm looking for this upside. Why I can be positive. I'm not explaining that probably that well, but hopefully you guys get where I'm kind of trying to go with this.
You did good, man. You did good.
You did good for you.
For you.
Today I've been called a shill. I've been called a clown. I've been called.
Well, you did that to yourself, sir.
Yeah.
No,
but you know what?
Enemy waters.
Yeah. What's all
and
good.
Prado got them riled up, so they were ready. And you were all
I thought there was some great
whites there. Minion this morning. I'm a minion this morning.
Oh, good.
I thought they were
crazy. I don't get none of this type of hate y'all get, man. What's
oh man, I thought there were like
you've made it when
great whites in there, but they were all tiger sharks. But I'll say this. Of all the names I've been called today, I'm sure I'm called many things. I just actually walked into this. I walked into this restroom, and a bunch of dudes just hanging around, pissing on walls. It's pretty gross. But the biggest one that really caught my attention was a fanboy. Then I hear Odie say fanboy. You know what? Yeah, I am a fanboy. I'm a fan of making money, and I think I have been in my whole life. So yeah, if you want to call me a fanboy for believing in a project that has the potential to generate some passive income for me, hey man, sign me up. I'll buy a t-shirt for that. I'm not ashamed of that. You know, I started at the very beginning of this. No one put a gun to my head and made me sacrifice, as Brooklyn talked about it. You know what I mean? So all you people that are like, oh my God, but this and this, but you sacrificed. All I can do is just sit and wait like everyone else.
Sure. And by sacrificing, didn't you say, hey, I'm putting my trust in the team. Here's my money. You guys gave me all this bonus, money for doing just that. And I'm putting my trust in you guys. Do with it what you have to do to make me money.
Knowing that there's no guarantee this will be actualized.
And knowing that things could definitely change like they have.
Now, John Carter brings up a good point. I would have put in a hell of a lot more had I known we would be vesting. So there's always those people. Had you known what we were getting, like, look at the blockchain we sacrificed in, and look at the blockchain we have now.
Well, like Star said, you still can when it launches.
Yeah.
Yeah. And everybody has, that is a great point that John just brought up. I was thinking about that after the announcement. I was thinking, well, I guess for a lot of folks, it's a matter of principle, right? It's, had I known this before I put my money in, I might have put more in, or I might not have at all. But now I'm finding out sort of last minute is the way some people are saying it. And that's a totally valid point. There's nothing wrong with it. I don't know. Part of me thinks both. I'm kind of on both sides of that. Yeah, I might have wanted to put more money in had I known. I would like to have known before I sacrificed what about the vesting that we're finding out after the fact. Is it eroding my trust? Not yet. I'm still very I have a lot of faith in this project and the ones that are behind it. Not everybody feels that way, and there's nothing wrong with that. So far, my trust is still there. But I have to say, yeah, I feel what some people feel. I'd like the changes to stop. And I know that Plan B, if you're still listening, if you're still out there, we understand that you guys are trying to do the best that you can. Yeah. You don't have the biggest team. I'm with you. I just have to say that the changes, yeah, they're wearing on me too. I mean, I am a big fanboy, just like, I said before in Kryptonian kind of, touched on it too. Yeah, I'm a fanboy. I have a reason to be a fanboy, but I would like to see no more Band-Aids being ripped off at all, if at all possible. I would like it to be done.
I just love it. Odie texted me this morning because he's on the West Coast, so he gets everything later. He slept in today, and he goes, Greek, I went in the Discord. What the hell happened? And I just sent him the Medium article. I had screenshots because I was getting ready to do my video. I'm like, here's what happened. He goes, that makes total sense. Okay.
I was getting breakfast and just waking up. And I'm like, holy shit, what happened while I was sleeping?
Hey, I will say this. I do look at Odie. I look at Prado. I look at Greek. These guys actually went and met and broke bread with the team. Right? So you guys have looked these guys in the eye. You sat across from them at a table. I do look to you guys. And when you keep it positive and say that hasn't broken my trust, I know that you've broken bread, stared these men in the face, looked at them in the eyes, and that goes a long way for me. The fact that you guys don't, have not wavered, if that makes sense.
My question is, how many projects have you ever been in where you have done that?
Right?
True enough.
12.
Yeah, like I haven't had that opportunity, or even pitched out there to even try, right? So that guys, that tells you that, I mean, as much as we say the things they do wrong, look,
it's easy to pick on all the shit they do wrong.
Right. Here's an example of it. How many projects is a founder in your comments, communicating with people, and then he asks for the link, and he might join. That doesn't happen. He doesn't have to do that stuff. The fact is like being transparent, being out there for the community. It's a good thing. You don't see that a lot. I respect that. Kelly Productions did have a super chat, so let's get to that. Someone here once said, good CEOs are narcissists. They do what they got to do to win, even if it's a hard pill to swallow. Calm down, Barry. Yeah, but I don't know what Barry's doing. But yeah, that's true. You got to do what you got to do to win. And sometimes
Yeah.
you have to piss people off to win. It happens. Not everybody's going to be happy. Even if you go about this a certain way, there's always going to be those you will make mad.
I like to look at it like I have to piss you off to make you happy. And that's just how it is with my wife sometimes. And my daughters, there's some decisions I've had to make along the way and running my little business in my home because, I've got income and outcome coming out of my house, right? My budget and everything. So decisions have to be made. No, we cannot buy you that new whatever or whatever, But at the end of the day, they understand the end game, there's a destination we're trying to get to. So got to piss you off to make you happy sometimes. And here we are.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
So NR, we have a shirt request here. So you got to get on that. You are the designer of shirts.
Sure.
Get on it right now, man.
I still got to get that one, man. Remind me.
Hey.
I know. That's why I said that one.
Oh man, that's funny. And I was trying to give away our secrets here.
No,
Secrets
not
of
at
trade.
all. Not at all. Not at all.
So Gia Legend says, after a second thought, I totally agree with the new vesting. I came in safuu and now Vulcan for one goal, financial freedom, and it's in the form of passive income, holding strong to my goal. That is the way. The passive income is the game changer here. If you can get price stability and just get going sideways and you get a good price floor, we're all going to make lots of money passively. Barry with the super chat. Let's see what Barry said. Probably trying to get me to say something dirty. There's an opportunity to sell Vol futures over the counter. Buyers and sellers can make agreements and make good when launched. Give people money now, drive a price.
It's a cool idea, but
Do you trust it though?
IOUs, I do not like those.
Yeah, that's the only problem I have with that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I think Barry's trying to promote a project. Nah, like he says at the bottom, he says he can make. He has a DApp and has escrow, so maybe we can hear him out.
Okay.
If he wants to come on.
Yeah. Triple Moon says make the LV hoodie darker neon orange.
Nah.
What color is it? What color are the sleeves on there?
Simple response.
I want to say it's like the in-between color, kind of like you had on your name the other day.
Yeah, if you guys
orange,
realize now, this is the
we weren't able to
official
get that. Yeah.
orange color from the Vulcan handouts.
Yep.
So this is the actual color code. So this is Vulcan orange right here. So I'm now all Vulcan on my live streams. How about them apples? Oh my goodness.
I mean, what kind of apples are they, though?
Oh my goodness. Like Fowler says, we're all going to be Vulcaneers. We just got to stay in the game and hold. Man, we are to the end of the comments.
Plan B can't come fast. Actually, no. Barry, you're in the comments. Don't.
Too late.
Oh, Master Barry.
Too late.
Where's Barry? So Master Baron says, wow, the whole gang is here except Mr. Prado. Yeah, he's sleeping right now. He said, guys, do the good work for me. I'm taking a break. I've caused enough panic and chaos today. Not in the Discord. He's like, come in, go crazy, and then
he said, hey,
Baron?
everyone else have the level-headed one. I'll take over the crazy one after. 6 a.m.
6 a.m. or Plan B will decide to drop something after this live, and Proud's like, I'm on my way to work. I'm going live.
And I think what Baron says here, he says, I can either go angry or trust the flow and be positive. And for me, I'm at a point in life where the past 5 to 10 years, I always pick that positivity because I used to be and pick that negative side, and it's gotten me nowhere. So I think that may be part of why I'm a little bit harsh on the people that are complaining and whining and stuff like that. I always try to keep it positive.
Exactly.
I always try to look at that half glass full and or cut the top off and make it completely full.
I've
Look
always
at
said
it a different way.
the road we're going on is the same road. You can choose to be happy and you'll be much happier going down that road, or you can choose to be negative and you're just going to be miserable going down the same road. Your emotions aren't going to change that road. It's still the same road we're on. So I know people don't like hearing that, but if you can control your emotions, take your emotions out of it. And
man.
All right, Monkey Girl, you win. Ask Kryptonian what's the latest on Prism. Compton and I want to know. They're big Prism fans, so come on, Kryptonian. You gotta get
Prism. What is Prism? So as you guys know, at the TCL community, we have ARM, and that's our token that we launched a few weeks ago, which is still doing well. And so I will say this: the last few days, I was probably up until just yesterday alone. I don't know, 3 a.m. my time. I'm here Central, and TCL and some other guys, some other devs. We were working until probably 4 or 5 in the morning their time. We're working we're just about at our test net here with our blockchain. So just be on the lookout. Come over to the TCL community. You'll see, if you go to the Prism Chain Discord, you guys can check it out. But we're pretty close to. We're pretty excited where we're at, and a lot of good things coming. So hopefully that's some good news for those of you that feel like they've been kind of shaken up today. That at the end of the day, this is crypto, and there are other projects out there, but it's not about the projects. Remember, they need us more than we need them. And so what we're trying to do is we're trying to change the space with Vulcan, with Prism, and we're just trying to do the right thing for the communities that support us at the end of the day. So be on the lookout, guys. There you go.
So Barry wants to know why the prettiest one is wearing a mask. Free the pretty one.
You want to see you, Star?
I work in a field where I can't do that.
She can't.
I have to keep myself safe. Sorry. It's
all
just,
good.
It's not just to protect me, but it's to protect others that I work with.
Barry tried. He tried hard. He gave it an effort. Haley wants to know, Plan B, are you coming on board? I want to listen from you. Everybody wants to listen to Plan B. Cody J wants to know when we're predicting launch. Right now, your guess is as good as mine. I still think May 1st, but I also want to get this Gamma testnet up and running. I want to get to see the rebases really doing things.
I'm excited for that. I want to see the rebasing.
Yeah. That's obviously the newest code. That's the thing that separates this blockchain from a lot of other blockchains.
Yeah, that's why I'm all in on this one. I want to see it.
So, yeah. Once that's up and running, then I'll get a better sense. But right now,
I think once you see that, and I think once they onboard all of the nodes,
37 days.
Yeah.
Once nodes are on board, I think that's when things start to get serious.
And then Crypto Veil wants to know, hope Starbuck will drop some knowledge about numbers on Vol given the new changes. More details on how the math works now, please. Thank you.
The quick and simple of it is my goal is 3 commas. That's not a joke. That's actually like I was always taught if you're ever going to do something, you might as well make it unrealistic and go all the way, because you're going to get a lot further going after an unrealistic goal than if you are to go after a realistic goal. And my 3 comma plan doesn't change, but what I can say is that the changes they're making with the vesting schedule, the way that the circulating supply is pretty much just held up for the most part, which is not a bad thing because it just means that there's no cells. So right off the bat, it's not going to take much to make the price go up. You have a whole year of the price being able to go up because the majority of the circulating supply is going to be stuck investing. And so I see 3 commas in my future, more so now than I did last week. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, it makes a ton of sense.
That doesn't get you excited.
That gets me excited.
I see 3 commas as well.
Yeah.
Thank you, Star.
Never heard of
Plan B says 10 minutes or so, maybe 10 minutes or so. So
we got to keep bullshitting up here for another 10 minutes just to wait
for
him.
Keep walking. We need Fowler to go on another
right.
Go on another tirade.
Fowler, tell us. Go ahead and tell us all to just kick back and take it like, man. Go ahead, go like you did earlier.
Yeah, man.
No, you know what's funny? I don't know if I said it on not the last live, but the live before. I think
they're all blending together. You're on so many now.
They just blend. I don't even. There's one day I was trying to quote Kryptonian. I didn't even know the last time I talked to him. But laugh. I was like, last time I talked to him. Like, so no. A lot of people wonder about the vesting, right? Like, and I kind of thought about this. People are like, well, is the vesting like hard coded? Like, can it be changed? And I was like, well, I remember Plan B saying, like, and I guess I can ask him when he gets on, but like, it can always change according to the needs of the blockchain. So, and I thought about it like this. Well, let's just say we, just like Star said, the circulating supply is pretty much held up. Once people start buying, it's going to shoot right up. But there could be a possibility if it shoots high enough that you also get less buys because people are more hesitant to buy because the price is so high, right? They want to have like deep discounts, right? Like, and I would think that if you wanted some, if that was the case, and you could read this from the chart and everything, like, okay, we were doing this, the price is up here, our volume went lower. So if you want to increase the volume, you would want the price to go down a bit so people could buy again, because they'll buy if it's at a discount. So wouldn't the possibility be that more of your vol is released? Because if you release a little bit more vol, that's more sell. Because guess what? You got everybody and their mother who want to sell, right? They want to sell and they don't have access to their vested, right? So, because of the vesting and everything. So I just thought that was a possibility. I mean, I remember I'm going to ask Plan B when he gets on here in 10 minutes, but if that's still the case, because he did say that before the 5-month vesting thing. So I want to know is that still the case, being we're dealing with different centralized exchanges now, and now we're at a whole year. If that's still the case, can they still, if the blockchain is doing so well and we need to actually maybe release some more vol so more people will sell, which means more people will buy because the price would drop with more vol being sold. So I actually want to know that. That's I think that could be the thing a lot of people aren't thinking of when it comes to investing. I know everybody's thinking like the money is held up. It's held up for a year. But I don't know if it's like in stone where if it's like coded, like coded for a year. You know, when it's using the time locks and stuff. I don't know if it's that. That's why I would ask. Is it time locked? Are we time locked in this? Or is this just being like, you know, a manual release type of deal? If it's a manual release type of deal, then I feel like in the case that the price did get so high real fast, and then the volume seems to start to regress back because the price is so high, can they be like, you know what, we're going to release a 5% real quick to everybody, because they know there's going to be a lot of people that will sell 5% off the back, and that will bring the price back down. I mean, not back down, but bring it down enough where it'll be like people look at it as a discount, like, oh, we could buy again. And then you get more volume because people are potentially would buy because the price is lower. That's a very good question, Fowler. I'd like to hear what the answer is.
And also, that's why I don't think they put month 1, month 2. They left it period 1. That's why I think it gives them that able to pivot again. Everybody hates the word pivot, but then they could do stuff like that. Barry says, we love you, Starbuck, with a super chat. Thank you so much, Barry. And then we got another super chat that just came in. Kelly Productions says, Fowler, get the 8-ball working, and Plan B is trolling.
No. Well,
the 8-ball hating today was a hate ball today. It didn't even want to come out to play.
Yeah, it's messed up, guys. I think I have to dump my Streamlabs app and re-download it because it's not coming back. It's flatline.
Yeah, Barry asked like one question and broke the 8-ball.
Had 5 wishes left. Is that what it was? Yeah.
Yeah.
Ran out of credits.
Yeah. Barry's now banned from asking 8-ball questions. So I think today was the first day he asked an 8-ball question and broke it. Biz wants a dirty question. It was a Barry question. Biz goes, launch Q2 April to June. No reason to think different. I have a lot of people that you say Q2 and they go, what does that mean? And I'm like, So it's April to June, April to June, April to June. Anytime in there, there is no set date. And then somebody goes, "What about a date, Greek, so I can keep up with my investment?" And then my response to him was, "Watch my videos every day. You'll know exactly what's going on." Cheap plug for my videos. There you go.
There it is.
So that answers that. And then another one for Starbuck from GeoLegend. Thank you for all the knowledge you've shared with the community. My respect to you. My quick question, if possible, if 50% of holders sell all their bags day one, what be the price?
If 100% of them all sold their 2.5% on day one, you get a baseball, you toss it in a bucket, creates a lot of ripples. Now imagine you only have 2.5% that you're selling. You throw the baseball in an ocean, what's it going to do?
Nothing.
Say 50% of 2.5. I mean,
Yeah, that's 1.25.
1.25.
That's not even gonna do anything.
Nothing.
You're gonna get. It's not even gonna cause it.
Imagine
Like a
you
bug
selling
walking
1%
on
of your
water,
bag.
So basically, what we're trying to put here is Pradonomics.
Yeah, that's what it is. Pradonomics. Pradonomics is a reality now, people. Prado won. Prado
loved
wins.
it. When he saw the new vesting schedule, I sent him this, and he
just
goes,
woke up
"So
like
you're
somebody's
saying,"
talking about me.
he's like, "You're saying Pradonomics is a thing now?" And Prado loved it. Then he went to beyond Pradonomics numbers. You know how Shepsky created that tab? I'm like, uh-oh. There's always a level where Prado will get to where that's his Prado. Love the guy.
I'm gonna need to make
Remember,
a
he
chart
was one
that
of the
has-
levels of safuu investing too. Remember, you had the
Yeah.
whale and the squid, and then you had the Prado level. That
I
guy.
wanted to get to the Prado
yeah.
level.
There he is.
Oh,
Look at this guy. He's a streaming legend now. Look at this.
Oh, fashionably
There it
late.
is.
Well,
What's that?
Gotta put
fashionably
them in the
late, Vincent.
Fashionably
Only
late.
2
Yeah,
hours
that's right.
late.
Only doing work, buddy.
Oh, whatever. Yeah. We've heard that one before. You know I'm messing with you.
So Jason, any kind of hint on a centralized exchange? Anything at all you can give us?
No, not
Not
really.
a damn
No.
thing.
I mean, there's
Oh, man.
You didn't get him on here to reveal that. Come on.
there's
I was
pretty
going to
good-
say,
Straight from the
he never
jugular.
gives any information.
I had to ask, man. I had to ask.
Maybe he'd slip. You don't know.
Always take
I mean,
that.
there's real good reasons why we'll pretty much keep that on the down low until the last possible.
I'm sure
moment.
after what happened with the change now, and just I can only imagine the other reasons.
Yeah, it's like there's that, and then there's the. It's a bit of a challenge because like we're kind of in a unfortunate position where, we want really, really, really big things, and the next step under that really, really big thing, they also want us, sort of thing. So it's like, do we go with one? Do we do multiple? Do we do an exclusive agreement where we only deal with them for a certain amount of time in exchange for being promoted more on there with their users and stuff like that? So it's kind of like until we get 100% sorted, and I think that's just going to be a last minute sort of go with your gut.
So
sort of thing.
can you answer this? What do you guys have planned to educate people that aren't currently in the Vulcan community that will come onto those centralized exchanges later to learn about the power pool and the rebasing and the flex and all that type of stuff? Do you guys have a plan on how to educate new
So
investors?
we've got a $1.2 million marketing budget that we've already got, and that's gonna flow out. Like usually, like when you look at marketing, especially by smaller people that have less than like, so you take an example, adapting things like Crew 3, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's just one example alone where people can start to learn about the product. And I think it was Coin, off the top of my head, what was it? Was it Coinbase that you could earn rewards by listening to a video and following the prompts and answering quiz questions
Yeah,
and
it's
stuff.
It was.
So Crew
Yeah.
3
When I
kind of
Coinbase,
falls
that's
within
what.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. So there's lots of different avenues we can take place in terms of educating people. You know, you've got the the standard banner advertising, and then you've got and then hopefully then it starts to lead to more organic material, as in people talking about you and what's actually happening. Like people are generally high end publications are a bit conservative until something happens, you know. So and also people like to scream about fire. You know, if there's fire, they'll talk about it. If
Yeah, that's true.
point,
That's true.
look at the news in general. Like, when do you ever hear about the story of a person just walking down the street and had a good day? You know, you don't. It's all about drama and bad news. But there's a strategy in place for all of that sort of stuff, and and the same thing too. It's quite interesting. Speaking of CEXs and stuff like that. So I don't know how many people have actually done research on how to get listed on a CEX, but back in the day, you could basically buy it. You go, here's a bunch of money. I want to be listed. And then there was bribery. We'll donate a bunch of money and we'll get listed, right? People are so strict on all of that stuff now. Literally, like the best CEXs out there, you have to discuss it to them, and then they raise risks or give you suggestions, and it gets nominated by a panel and stuff like that. So they want to make sure that, you know, what you're doing is 100% legitimate, that it's not going to ruin their reputation as well. So it kind of goes vice versa. Kind of you can buy exchange listings 100%. You know, go chuck $100,000 liquidity at somebody and they'll list you. But is that the right person that you want listed? Probably not. Maybe.
So you guys are looking more for a strategic partner, is what you're saying?
Kind of. Like, well,
to
a
degree.
We want the best of the best. Well, who wouldn't?
I can appreciate the vetting process that the exchanges go through, because you know, like if I'm going just on the stock exchange, you know, if I'm going to go buy into a real world company like Apple or something, I just, you know, that just adds to the validity of me actually buying the stock. I know this is crypto, it's different, but I can understand with the light of events that have happened, you know, a lot of the events that have happened over the last few weeks, right? With back as far as FTX and the SEC. I'm glad to see the exchanges, at least the ones that you guys are looking at, have a vetting process. That gives me more reassurance that you guys are doing what they are requiring to get to that level. So I think that's a good thing.
Hell,
So
you got Gary Gensler out there. We got Gary Gensler out there going as hard as he's going right now. Exchanges have no choice to do this. He have no choice.
You know, and honestly, you know, to find out that you could bribe your way in or just donate, that to me is just good old boy network handshake type stuff, and it never works out for the little guy, if you will. So I think this is the way it should have been done in the first place. So hey, you know, it's all about timing. So I think we're at the right place, right time. And you guys are obviously.
I mean, like the conversations, honestly, probably wouldn't have taken place if we weren't at events like Dubai and Thailand and stuff like that. That really opens up doors to just having the initial conversation. And then there's a lot of smaller exchanges which, you know, they advertise. Like, everyone's got a pitch. Everyone wants to sell you something, right? Because they're a business too at the end of the day. So, but I mean, you just got to look at it. Like, what's the big picture? Where do you want to be? And what's the best route to do it in the most cost-effective route? So it's kind of it's all of a bit of a balancing act. I mean, the way I look at it is, if we don't get the number one, like the number one on the top, eventually we will. You know, like, it's a given. We might have to take that one step further back and then progress forward. But we're going for the number one. You know, that's what we want. So, but there's a lot of tier one and a lot of tier one exchanges out there. There's even more tier two exchanges out there, and it's just it works both ways, because, you know, something like Vulcan doesn't just come around the corner very often. There's a lot of coins out there, right? There's a lot of standard Shiba sort of styled stuff, but there's nothing that's kind of really pushing the limits and in terms of technology, you know.
I agree. We got some super chats here. JMS says each period was already set at 30 days, not a calendar month, right? And I know there's some vagueness on it says period 1, period 2 in the Medium article. Is that vagueness in case you want to push one of those up, you can just push it up or is it set in stone at every 30 days or month?
Yeah, I really never really kind of looked at it like that as such. Like, I kind of never the way I look at it was 12 months per se, but I mean, looking at it now, there could be a little bit of wiggle room, I suppose. But the way I'm looking at it right now is that it's just standard monthly. I mean, like it wouldn't be period as in quarters. That'd just be stupid, you know.
Yeah.
So,
I
mean,
know
like,
some people thought they were trying to
best-
extend it.
Yeah,
past the year.
Well, in terms of vesting, right, there's a pro and a negative, right? Ideally, we would like to have the blockchain running 100% without a vesting period in general. Like, ideally, it would be that successful that you wouldn't even care. But you take on statistics based on previous analysis and see how that's done. And then you have CEXs that literally say, we recommend you do this. You know, based off this is what is going to happen, potentially. Or it could be looked at a more of a line, like, if you want to be listed with us, this would give you a better opportunity to do so. They're not saying that you will or you won't, but, you know, they've got to take on board the risk on their business as well. So, I mean, perfect scenario wouldn't be, but at the same time, the way that it's laid out is uniform across the board. It literally affects everybody and everything in terms of people that have been there prior to day one. So it's fair that you know, as much as it would be like there was conversation before, should we have nodes unvested? I think that's just going to cause a ruckus. At the end of the day, it's just better to keep everything even and just let it naturally flow out. And the good thing is there's not a huge progression between the numbers aside from the very last one, the 25%. Everything else is stagnated very smoothly. So it shouldn't cause, there's nothing that you want to do is cause market disruption. You kind of want it to naturally flow.
Yeah, and Master Baron with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much. He says, "Hey Jason, please clarify on this one. All the full node proceeds, not the rebasing." So I think he's meaning from transactions generated from the transactions. Yes, are subject to 2.5%, or can we sell it all?
Well, the way that so you got to understand how the 2.5% works, right? So the way that you've got is that you've got your entire total bag, everything that you've got. And you will only visibly, so you'll be able to see it, and then you'll be able to action it. So you'll be only able to action that 2.5%. So a node, it earns revenue the same as an individual would doing flex. So that won't be taken out of the 2.5%. That just gets accumulated onto it because they're doing work at that time. So it doesn't make sense to cap them to only 2.5% when they're doing work to produce something. So somebody mentioned to me before, so like before last time we spoke as well, Greek, like we were still, we didn't have it 100% locked in terms of the vesting and stuff. It came up in conversation, we discussed it, and then eventually we came to a solution to finalize it, right? So the conversation was kind of along the lines of, because you can recall, I didn't give numbers because I didn't know the numbers. We didn't have that. None of it, like everything that gets done is agreed upon. It's not Brian going, we're doing that. He literally may suggest something and then we all agree or disagree. And if one of us disagrees, then we work it out until we agree. It's kind of like a jury in that sense. So we are all unanimous in the way that it works. So when we spoke about it before, we said it was like it could be subject to change in the sense that if it was super successful in theory without the vesting, then we could just remove it as such. I think that will create fear among the entire thing of going, well, if this is successful, then we're just going to get dumped on the next month. You know what I mean? So I think having it set so that it naturally rolls out would give a lot more consumer confidence, because then you're not worrying about what happens next month. And if you've ever put in significant money in any sort of project in general, like whether, even if it's bloody Bitcoin, you're like, look at the price now. Tell me next month what it's going to be. Is it going to be above 30 or less? Are you going to lose money or make? You know, the unknown kind of makes people worried, and it's more amplified. Like NR said, are you over invested? So, you know, for somebody chucking in $100, they might not care, but somebody that could be the equivalent of a week's wage for them. So they could care.
It's exactly true. And I like the way it's rolled out now. It's going to really, you won't even feel those jumps up as you're going, and then it gives you 12 months. I actually like this better than the 5-month, to be honest. I'm sure once people see it in action, they will too.
I mean, it's not locking people out still acting as they would do in day one. Like if I was to have my wallet that had the vesting and then had another wallet that acted off day one, and I like, it's no different in that way. But like you explained, Greek, everybody here has an upper hand, and they have had an upper hand for a very long time. So much so that we managed the risk that if it kept going until we eventually launch, then, you know, it could topple the whole thing over. So that's where we kind of have to draw the line in the sand and go from there.
Commander wants to know if you have any concerns with recent news about Coinbase receiving a Wells notice from the U.S. SEC.
So what is, like, can someone enlighten me of what the problem is? Is it about staking? Because I know I got an email from them not that long ago just explaining what staking was. And, you know, I think everyone would have got this email because it seemed like a pretty generic one. And I was just like, oh, you know, you can do staking. And it's actually interesting how they haven't removed staking like most people would think. And then they even insinuated in the email that you could get more rewards for your staking if you chose to do it. But you know, you have to, like, there was actually an interesting video that I watched from somebody recently, and understanding what actually is a security, and are you a security? You know, so we're kind of avoiding that whole risk it for the biscuit sort of thing. You know, we're not making you put in your money and leave it there on day one, so that, like, you're not risking it for 6 months, 12 months. Like, look at other projects such as Hex, stuff like that, where, you know, you can't pull it out for, I think, up to 15 years potentially. A lot can happen in 15 years. You know, is that? But then again, like, you look at Richard Hart and he'll say, are we a security? And he'll argue that he isn't a security for certain reasons. So, but we're not concerned by that sort of news. We've just got to be careful in the way that we advertise things and what product it is that we're actually delivering.
You just don't want to put a target on your back. That's what it is. Like, you even know Coinbase is very, very by the book, and they have a strategic team, and they still got they went through all the bells, all the whistles, all the hoops, and then they still get slapped with a Wells notice. It's the SEC is just ruthless.
Yeah, they're coming for everybody.
That's what the lawyers get paid to do, right?
Well, they only make their money off of the court cases.
I mean, the only winners are the lawyers, really, at the end of the day. You know, like, I don't know. But, you know, I think, you know, they're trying to make it probably an example out of them. Or maybe they know something we don't know. I'm not too sure. It's really hard to say. But as soon as you start having staking involved, it becomes a lot harder. Whereas, you know, ours is money in, money out. You can do whatever you like.
Crypto Veil says Prado will be jealous again because Plan B joined Greek's live stream. Yeah, the last time you joined, then you went on the live stream extravaganza. You joined Prado at like 2 a.m. my time, and then he had to go because he actually had work to do. So then he brought you on again in the morning, and you joined him in the morning. I was like, man, Plan B's becoming a master.
I'm always working
now.
Always working.
So Jason, you don't have anything in the roadmap. Do you have any idea when you will be onboarding full nodes? As far as, do you guys have any type of plan?
Okay, so I think that basically once we've fully injected the rebasing and got all that sort of teething issues out, but we want to kind of leave it close to the launch, but not too close to the launch, because at the end of the day, a node still costs money to run, Yeah. And what's more important is you'll probably find that it'll be ramped up once the KYC process has already taken place and everybody's kind of set up too. There's no point creating a ruckus by having two things going on at once. It's just going to be way too hard. So allow people to be KYC'd. Some may refuse, and that's the end of their node in their opinion, whatever.
Now, what are you guys going to do if people refuse the KYC? Are you going to take the node or is it just going to be one less node in the network?
It'll probably be one less node in the network, to be fair. I mean, at the end of the day, they sacrificed for it. So it's not ours to kind of take from them per se. I mean, in theory, they could change their mind later in the future and do it. If somebody's worried about a KYC, do you want them to be an integral part of your network?
No.
No, not at all. No.
Yeah. So, there's that. But
do we have price on KYC?
Is there a price?
Yeah. Do we know what the cost would be?
What the cost is going to be? Probably like $75 or $100 or something.
We're still in negotiation fully for that, getting that completely ironed out at this time. But we're trying to get it as low as possible. But the way that our partner's doing it with that is quite unique on its own in terms of the NFTs and stuff like that. So there's a bit of legal mumbo jumbo to go through, and we always try and negotiate the best costs. But overall, is it going to be a significant impact for people who shouldn't do it?
Are they going to be on late nodes too, or just full nodes?
Just full nodes.
Okay.
Yeah. Light nodes, the way the consensus works, is not that a big of a risk in terms of full nodes.
Okay. I remember it was being sort of mentioned, but it wasn't exactly clarified.
So I'm never selling my full nodes. That's not why I'm asking this question, but there will be somebody down the line, I'm sure, that will want to for whatever reason. I don't understand why anybody wanted to ever sell a full node, up to this point, but it is what it is. So let's just say somebody, after their KYC, blah, 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 I don't know, let's say they pass away and their family doesn't want to deal with it. So they say, we're selling this node to John over here. So John wants to buy the node. Is the KYC third party, is there going to be something in that process that this person will have to agree to be KYC'd in order to buy the node? Does that make sense?
You've got to look at it from a network perspective, right? A person can't just chop and change a node. The consensus has to agree and allow that other node to be accepted. So basically, if there was trading taking place, you're going to have 500 people sitting on the front of their computer smashing scripts out all the time. So, what's a better alternative? Well, the better alternative is then to maybe pass on your credentials or something along those lines, or have them in a will if somebody were to die or something along those lines. But is general trading of a node something, even in general, that a network would want as a secure thing? It's probably not the case. So the fact that, every full node is going to have to, just the work alone of every full node having to validate that node to come off and then come back on the network, is really going to limit your resources of answering your question, are you going to be able to sell or receive nodes? Because, you know, it requires everybody to do it. It requires everyone to agree to the consensus.
And if somebody stole a node, which unfortunately, well,
Happens.
it's semantic, but
Yeah, too
yeah.
much.
So someone steals a node after this is all done. We're up and going. We're a big blockchain. Everything's great. Something happens. Somebody allows it to happen, right? Is there anything in the agreement that we have with this KYC third-party entity that will help us to get that node back for the person, for lack of a better way of saying it? Does that make sense? Is there some safeguard in place?
I don't have the full tech answer for that at this stage, but it has been raised as a conversation with
Yeah.
There's a recovery process in the event of.
Yeah, thank you. That's what I'm kind of.
It's the way that it kind of starts to get drilled on me, and this is where people need to start taking security serious, is that it's probably going to get to the point for a fully decentralized exchange. Oh, sorry, not a decentralized exchange, decentralized blockchain. That, you know, you're not going to have these people giving you the help that you want. You know what I mean? Like if we're looking at the end goal, the end vision, right? So how many stories do you hear of Binance's nodes being hacked or stolen, or Ethereum's? You know, it's pretty unlikely. So what that kind of alerts me is that people aren't taking security serious. They're not serious enough. You know, and if that node does get taken and starts being acting in a bad way, then it will be removed. It will be removed from the network so it doesn't destroy everything. And that's just kind of the way it goes. But you got to look at the end picture, right? And this is when Starbuck before was talking about a DAO. Yeah. Who's going to be there to maintain the network afterwards? So, like, obviously, when it launches, we have to maintain the network. We actually pay an extremely large amount to do so quarterly. And then to say that it's going to launch and be absolutely perfect from that point onwards forever is unlikely. You speak to any dev and they just say that's not going to happen. So there's going to be stuff that we're going to have to do to maintain it and tweak it until the point that we can just kind of just go, right, now it's fully 100% decentralized and just let it run its course. So my question to you is, your node gets hacked, stolen, who's saving your ass when that's the case? Who's looking after you? Because I can't think of anyone in this room that can.
Exactly. Okay. Thank you.
Well, one more question. If the nodes, right, say somebody doesn't want the KYC, would it be up to the team, even though we say they still pay for the node? Would the team consider buying that node back?
Probably not. Like
before the KYC.
It might be. Well, this is again just raises the question: why would you not want a KYC? Why are you buying a node to not KYC on something that's meant to be so important for a blockchain itself? I haven't got the full answer yet in terms of whether or not it can be moved or traded or given people a last chance to go, right, this is your cutoff date, do what with it as you will. And then from this point, which is probably likely the case, to be fair, it'll be like from this point onwards, this is the way that it is. Because you have to allow for a little bit of flexibility. But I mean, this is the first, maybe I just don't pay a full 100% undivided attention to other people's things of blockchain starting. But generally, nodes are a pretty hard thing to get a hold of in general. Yeah. Like very restrictive or very costly, you know? So like the chances of even getting this opportunity, like in general, is very limited. Like, you know, we've kind of been lucky that this is a way that it's been done, because typically a lot of businesses that make their own blockchains, they keep them for themselves and they run their own nodes at their own cost. Generally,
or they give them to VC.
Exactly. Yeah, to massive VCs too, not
Yep.
little VCs, like
Yeah.
freaking
Correct.
huge ass VCs. You know, or something
Yep.
as an enticer to get them over the line.
Yep.
So Ashley Urin Kim says, is the KYC information kept only in Assured DeFi or will it be shared with other organizations? Just interested in the process.
I mean, everyone will get the process at the same time, but it's all kept with Assured DeFi. You know, we're still going through the writings of the legal mumbo jumbo terms and conditions junk of when it can be accessed. You know, but put it this way: basically, if there's a bad actor, we want to know who it is, and so we can either A, remove them, or B, legally prosecute them for doing so. That's
like
just the
hearing
way it
that.
is. But,
Yeah.
yeah.
I've got no
do
issues
you
with
guys-
KYC.
Yeah.
All for it.
Do you guys have
All
tentative
three.
dates of when you may start the KYC process, or it's kind of up in the air at this point?
Well, let me have a look at the roadmap, right?
Thank you for asking that,
I
NR.
like that question. Good one.
While he's looking for that, I can answer this question for the general. We will still be able to claim 100% of the Flex rewards daily from the value of our full bag. That is 100% true. You will collect from 100% of your bag. You just won't get rebases from 100%. Only what's released in your wallet that will rebase in your wallet. The rest will stay in the vested wallet and get dropped down as the percentage gets released. Perfect. Shadow X wanted to know if we can make a waiting list for people who want a full node in case others don't follow the rules, like if they won't KYC. I don't know if that's something you guys would be interested in or not.
See, I mean, this is a thing. Can we legally just take somebody's node and give it to somebody else?
Yeah.
Like,
True.
probably
you can't
not.
do that either.
Like,
Yeah.
you know, it's
I
not-
would say at this point, if somebody doesn't want a KYC, they should start looking to sell their node at this point. They know the KYC is looming, so
Yeah.
start looking to get rid of it if you don't want to go through that process.
I mean, like, and this is the thing though. Like, when it comes to like KYCs, like, people do a KYC for a bank account. You know,
Right.
any bank account out there, really, whether it's offshore or onshore. So,
Ain't that right, NR?
would you consider this
Yes.
a
Yeah.
KYC?
Well, you just, Jason, you have the Ultimo Pay, correct? You have to do a small, you have to do a small KYC with that.
Yeah, that's right.
Yep.
So,
Mine got denied, by the way. My driver's license expires in a few days here, so I was like, God dang it. I gotta
yeah,
wait.
right.
Always something, isn't it?
Always something, man. But, hey,
That's
but
not
you gotta
super
pivot, right?
Kryptonian.
You gotta pivot. You gotta pivot.
Yeah,
Usually when you realize your driver's license expires, when you need to do something.
That's bonus.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
so like, if I'm looking at
Yeah, I like that smile.
Yeah.
if I'm looking at the roadmap, right? So we start seeing an introduction of light nodes on number 4. So I would imagine it'd be somewhere around that point because we got simulated light nodes in Delta. So once simulate, that just means that, you know, we've managed to make sure that they're doing what we require them correctly on the actual testnet, and then we can start bringing real people in it because otherwise it's just a headache. So I would assume that it would be between 3 and 4 that, you know, the node stuff would be. And KYCing, I mean, at the end of the day, they're a business. There's still 500 to do. I think it's a 20-minute conversation sort of thing to get it done. So, you know, add the time of that.
Actually, it's
Just
not
that
500. It's 491. It's 491.
That's taking you because you're trying to get half the node bank.
There you go.
I like how he
Yeah.
does that like flex on it.
Yeah.
491.
491. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Well, a little bit less, but we'll just make you do it 20 times just for safety.
Oh, that would suck. That would suck. Now, what do you do in a situation where, say, 2 people have both invested? Do you make both KYC or just one of those individuals?
I mean, at the end of the day, like when 2 people have invested in a car, is there 1 registered owner or 2 registered owners? Like
Depends on what
typically,
state you live in.
It depends, yeah.
Well, if there's a
maybe that
depends on who's on the loan and all that good stuff.
Yeah.
So
Well, I
if
mean,
there's only
yeah.
going to be one person running the node,
Yeah.
you know, and the other
Well,
person's just kind of.
I like that. I like that analogy with the car because it's like on the loan, right? You have a primary,
Right.
and then you have the co, right?
The co-signer, yeah.
The primary is the one who's gonna be responsible if the payments don't come through. Who are they gonna come take the car from? Whoever is the person, whoever's credit is gonna get hit is the person who's first on that loan. So
unless you're in a community property state, then you both get hit 50%.
Yeah.
Where I live, that's how it works.
Oh,
so it doesn't matter.
Maybe
In the state that I live in, if one spouse decides to be a flake and not pay, like they get divorced and they don't pay, they're both on the hook. The other spouse still is equally responsible. So it just depends on where you live.
That's a old dead mind trick.
I think the only way you could, like, one person would have to be KYC minimum at the end of the day, regardless. But the only way I could see it being more complicated is if it was set up as a trust or something along those lines. But, I think we're keeping it a lot more simple than that. At the end of the day, like, with the other networks that have huge nodes that generate $50,000 a day returns and all that sort of stuff, all that money, it'd be a naive to think it's all going to one person. It's probably getting divvied out in some way, or in multiple ways. But I mean, at the end of the day, there's one person ultimately responsible for it and I think that's a good thing to have. It holds ownership to it. At the end of the day, NR's responsible for his. If his wife wants to, or partner or whatever wants to, or his kids want to have it, then they can take ownership of theirs. And then that way it's black and white. What's what.
Exactly. Gio wants to know, would the KYC contain info like house address, telephone number, photos? Living in an authoritarian society, I can say this kind of info does present lots of risks. Thanks, Jason. Love you all.
I mean, like, it all, I don't know, because I haven't gone through it. I haven't fully gone through all of the details that they're asking. But I mean, does that mean that person would never get a bank account with anyone else? Because it poses lots of risks for them. Like, I don't understand. Like, it seems like I don't care giving somebody for the purpose of me getting something in order to use something, giving them my phone number, my address, my name, my date of birth. I'm not giving them everything. Chances are, if you look hard enough, I'll be able to find it.
Yeah, I mean, for me, is if I can give the pizza guy my phone number and everything else, I mean, I should be able to.
How much have you given Google?
Right, like, I mean, we give this stuff out all the time freely. Like,
a lot of times, all you
have
need
a mortgage,
is a reverse Google image search
everything.
and find it.
I think people are like, I get privacy, and I worked previously before as a fraud and credit analyst. But I see both sides. But at the end of the day, if I'm getting a product or a service, then I'm happy to do it. It doesn't really faze me. But then again, I've got nothing to hide. Like, otherwise I'd be a little black box on the screen, kind of like Confirming is.
Yeah, like this right here.
Yeah.
I want to know.
Who wants to know?
Is there
got
any
one, man.
updates with
I ain't
Gamma
telling you.
Testnet? And how close are we to like really moving forward with the rebasing, or you can't give any of that?
Yeah, well, I mean, I would have to speak to the team to find out what's happened since Monday. Now it's Friday, so I'm going to be speaking to them anyway. But from my understanding, they injected the code into it. They've got it to work at one stage, like pretty much perfectly, except for two little bits and pieces. There's some stuff that we have to do in terms of the mathematical side, like if you've heard of fragmentations and stuff like that, and seeing how that works. So unfortunately, it's kind of like, how long's a piece of spaghetti before it's cut up and packaged to you? Like, the more you look, the more you find other things. But, their confidence is very high in terms of the developers. So we're not particularly worried, but trust me, they get enough pressure from us consistently,
Yeah.
And
no one else is doing this.
Out of all the people, Brian's probably I'm probably the least, like, nicer, like, I word things a little bit better but Brian is literally like ruthlessly straight to the point. You know.
We
not afraid
know. We
to
know.
say. Yeah.
Sometimes too to the point, and
Yes.
people get
He
worried.
goes around looking for
I'm
band-aids.
like,
Well,
you know,
I mean,
he's a
that's
victim
the
of
funny
emotion
thing
too.
is, you go to a barbecue, right, and you hang out with a bunch of 20 different people, and there'll be one guy that's always the joker, one person that'll always be the dramatic person, and you know, there's one person that might just seem cutthroat and ruthless. But you speak to that person, at least you know where you stand, and they've also got a fun side to that too. But like, you know, when you're dealing like with what we're dealing in terms of how many people are involved, how much things cost, and what sort of timeline we want to get it done by. Because at the end of the day, we still have to pay wages for people to develop and work. Like, we can't afford to let it run out for years because we don't have massive VCs funding this. You know, we don't have hundreds of millions of dollars just sitting there and just letting us work on it for 3 years. You know, it's not the way that it works. So, but we also have the pressure to deliver something that's a tier 1 product that literally we want to be the number 1 product overall. So there's a lot of pressure that holds with that.
That's it. Biz wants to know, can you confirm that many on the roadmap things are being done simultaneously? They're not like, everybody wants to know you have to, you know, like, can we move to the next stage earlier? They're not timed out, and they're working on things concurrently.
I mean, it like literally depends on what it is. Like, are they working on it's hard because, you know, this is a general guideline of the roadmap of how we see things playing out in terms of coming, but you know, they can't focus 100% their attention on one thing and miss another thing and then play catch up. And some things rely on others, you know. So the faucet, we're going to see changes coming in the future in terms of the faucet. You know, you're going to probably see it get reset and restarted as we implement things, and that's a guarantee. Like, the same thing is when we put on rebasing, you know, you're probably going to find the faucet's going to restart and go from there. So just because we've done it doesn't mean as well that it's an end completed product. It certainly isn't. We're always touching bases across the board. But in terms of, it's like, what can be done now that, you know, you got to look at it like what can literally be done right now that isn't affected by something else, or do you have to work on 2 things at once? Most of the time you have to work on multiple things at once. You know,
that's good to know.
And we haven't even put in there. I mean, we've got the decks in general, but you know, we've still got to produce a whole bunch of stuff for Uxie, you know, to come out before that time. So we've got a lot of work to do.
It is the photo that NR got stuck on. That was pretty good. That was pretty hilarious.
Oh, that's what you were looking at. I was like, where's he looking? Another question from Biz. When can we expect the projects list? Like, I know there was Brian's talking about the website where projects can go and list that they're going to be working on Vulcan.
Yeah. I mean, like, it just depends how quality you want it to be. Like, you can get something, but what good is that? What is it going to give you? You know, like, you can get a bunch of stuff, or the way I'm not even thinking about the projects list of what other people are doing per se. And I'm always thinking of skyways and grants and things that like we want to promote that they actively have like a game plan for. So I'm always open ears about all of that sort of stuff. But, you know, I think that is more tied in better with like the hackathon and stuff like that, which we're going to be redoing again on that too. So I think you'll find that all of that stuff will kind of tie in together. So as in a time frame, I can't exactly give it, but I wouldn't imagine that'll be too far away. But I would imagine with testnet coming out, and once rebases get implemented into that testnet, then projects are going to be able to do a lot more compared to little bits and pieces that they can currently right now.
Yeah, I've always said the rebasing stage is the biggest stage here. Once you get that on, then you can do a lot more, and then really focus.
Nothing's been written in Solidity for this before ever. Just imagine,
that's what I keep telling people.
Like literally, this is all 100% brand new. You can't just copy and paste it from another thing. It doesn't work, you know.
Joseph Balon says, "Is there any news on Uxi's sacrifice event?"
Yeah. as I have, do I have some for this? No.
We tried.
Yeah. Uxi, like, this is the thing. I'm so excited about Uxi because Uxi is the key development company behind all of this. Behind, not only, like, so, you know, we're partnered up with a lot of things like Hyperverse by Decentrology and all that sort of stuff. You know, we've got the Skyways partnership with Cosmic Force and a few others and stuff like that. So Uxi, I can see, I almost hate to merge it in the sense of Vulcan, because Vulcan is just one tiny little product overall of the big scheme of things. But we're waiting for the for all the official paperwork to be finished before we can announce it. So it's pretty exciting though. I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, I can't wait for it. I'm saving up a bag for it, and
yeah. Well, I mean, like, one thing that we've done, which is different than everybody else in terms of from a blockchain level, is shared revenue. Yeah. Now, it would be pretty cool if you could share a little bit of the revenue from PancakeSwap or something like that. That would be pretty cool. Like, I can't see a lot of stuff where anyone's shared any sort of revenue before with like such big things. Imagine just even what's that? I can't think off the top of my head. The NFT platform. What was that?
OpenSea.
OpenSea. Imagine you're getting shared revenue on that.
Oh, that would be cool.
Far out, man.
Insane.
Yeah. So it's just kind of like opening up, like, but yeah, nothing's all finalized yet. I don't know the full 100%. So if I said I knew 100% of it, I'd be lying, because, you know, a lot of the genius behind it comes from the whole team. And what happens is that generally, like, Brian will have a majority say, because this is kind of like, that's like his expertise per se, like all this sort of stuff. And then we all kind of pick at it and go, well, that doesn't make sense, or this does make sense, or we should do that. And unfortunately, like, we've been living proof of that in terms of, like, and I saw like Starbuck was getting kind of like, well, saying in general that people get frustrated. And unfortunately, like, this is the environment that we kind of live and work in, that we kind of have to, because when there's obstacles, we just have to make decisions. So people go, oh, you've planned this for months. You know, no, we haven't planned it for months. It's literally, we've reached a hurdle and go, well, how do we fix that hurdle? So we sit down, we discuss it, we go all the pros and cons, we'll go over it with the entire team, and then we'll go, right, okay, announce it. Type something up a Medium, put it out, tell the people about it. Sometimes you get it wrong. You can't get it always 100% right. So there might be retaliation on there and go, well, maybe we could have done that better. So I kind of get what you're saying in the sense of, like, there is a bit of pivoting and stuff, but we are in a very kind of fluid, like, testnet sort of scenario where things change day by day. You know, we didn't expect SEC to be carrying on about staking. Otherwise, we'd probably have bloody farm pools and shit set up already as it is. You know, we didn't expect FTX or all that. We've still got to look out for things like Mount Gox, you know, for their Bitcoin and stuff like that happening in the near future. There's so much, like, stable coins depegging. There's just so much that happens around that. Even looking at like the SEC, like, being very vocal. They haven't been that vocal in the last 12 months prior compared to like the last few months. So we just have to adapt and kind of go with the flow. And unfortunately, we're kind of lucky that we are, even though we have a big team overall in terms of developers and people working ops and marketing and all that sort of stuff. At the end of the day, there's 4 founders, and we're still small enough where we can make a decision and then roll with it instead of taking months to roll it out. You know, we're not that big in that sense. So it's kind of good we can just get it out of the way.
Hey, I got a question. So, Plan B, how does the Vulcan team, Vulcan blockchain should look at CBDCs? Like, how do you guys like see that in the future? Like, are you accepting of it? Is it how do you guys look at like the it's all the country,
banks having a cryptocurrency?
Oh, say again?
As in banks having a cryptocurrency?
No, as far as being the potential of like pairings and stuff like that, like
yeah,
is the CBDCs, because everybody has a different outlook of CBDCs and how they look at them, as whether they're for or against them. But I mean, they're coming. They're going to be somewhat tied. I don't know how exactly they're going to be tied into the crypto. Like,
so you're talking about like central bank digital currencies, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so like the way that I like diversity. So I don't like one be all and end all thing. I don't think there's enough diversity, because with diversity, it allows trust and allows consumers to move. For example, if you only had 2 mobile networks or cell phone networks or where you live, they could both act up and you're stuck with which one's a less shittier one, based off your own opinion. But if you had a choice of 10, then it comes down to how do they look after you and why would you choose to be with that one instead of the others? So my opinion is, I think it's inevitable eventually. Like, I know that in Australia, it's been something that they've been working on for years. In fact, I think it mostly came up around the beginning of Ripple. Like back then, this is the only reason we've got Oscar and Pay ID, thanks to crypto. Back in the day, I used to have to transfer money and it would take 3 days for the other person to receive it, not instantly within a refresh. So I think banks, but with that comes regulation. And that's going to be real interesting to see how but I mean, like, do they just regulate it the same as a normal currency? I don't know. Like, it's way over my pay grade. But I don't mind it. Like, I think if I had an option to purchase to hold their I mean, like, to me, it's kind of like for an average Joe Blow that just sits at home, it could probably happen and they wouldn't even know. So like, because this is the thing, look at the bank runs alone. How much money does your bank actually have? Can we all pull it out at the same time? This is a question everyone said before. Can we all pull out at $9 on day one? And just what happens if not everyone gets $9? That's the thing. And as you look at the banks and look at like Europe and Greece and stuff that had big issues, and people were literally, I think it was in Iran or something like that, holding up banks saying, give me my money that I actually own, like robbing the bank of their own money, and they're willing to put their lives at risk for their children and stuff like that, it all kind of ties into that. So will it make them more accountable for where their money is? Probably. That might be better. At least anything that's on a blockchain can be seen. That's always a plus. Maybe they'll be open to more skepticism. Maybe they don't want to introduce it themselves, because then they can't shuffle money around, because we'll have visibility then, right? No one, I can't tell what the bank does with my dollar 100%. But in theory, I could track it if it's on a blockchain.
That's true.
I'll be like, oh, my money is invested over there. Maybe they know something that I don't know, so I'm going to invest more money over there instead of with the bank. and all of a sudden the bank doesn't like that.
That's a good point.
That's a really good point.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't. Maybe that's the case.
So J Mass with a super chat here saying Brian Legend assembled the best crypto community ever. A simple thank you, Greek, for hosting this live tonight with this lineup. Just need Brian Legend, Dio, and Prado. Vulcan live stream dream. Come on, Plan B. Uxie shared revenue is big. Thanks so much, J Mass. I appreciate it so much.
Yeah, I mean, I can't guarantee like anything of Uxie that's the case, but if we're going in the same mind frame of it'd be the best thing for anybody that was to invest in something is that if it did have the ability to do shared revenue, which would be amazing. You know, same thing as opening up a marketplace, like a NFT marketplace. It'd be a no-brainer. More people will be interested. The more people are interested, the more people active participating in it, the more successful it is, the faster it is.
Exactly. Gypsy wants to know if everybody's still given day one sacrificers get GVOL. That is the plan. It's you get whatever your amount is equal to that. Oh, my dog came to visit me. It took him 3 hours. Jason, how much more time you got? We're to the end of the comments. I don't want to keep you. You got probably work to do.
I've always got work to do, but I'm here to answer your questions because I was kind of sitting there, but now everyone's gone quiet. Everyone's
yeah,
like,
no, they go quiet when you're on. I think
now.
a lot of people are just taking what you're saying in, and you're doing a great job of giving us the lowdown. Give us some words of confidence to make everybody feel great moving forward with Vulcan.
Words of confidence. Well, put it this way: like we're putting a lot of work in the background of this, and by that I mean. It's really hard I kind of get it from, say, an investor's side or even a person on the sideline just looking in. Because the thing is, unless you're actively involved, you'll never know 100% truth. So you're always going to be uncertain. So unless I could say to somebody, come to this meeting and go to a high-end dev meeting where they're all speaking jargon and trying to translate it back to us, then they go, holy shit, this is serious, Or when they go to a Wednesday meeting, which is literally pretty much everyone, right? For all of the operators, and we have an agenda, and we go through everything from social media stats to Discord usage to like literally everything, like drill down on it, raise concerns, how do we do this? What do we need to do that? Like the people like Caitlin and all those things, they have such a huge agenda. If a bystander was to be able to peer into the wall and look at, they would again go, holy shit, this is real. And to us, that's the equivalent of testnet coming up. The testnet is like the first thing for people to tangibly go, oh yeah, this is real. Like we all got excited with just seeing some nodes float around, and then we're getting a testnet and a faucet. So once we start to see the rest of the roadmap come out, I think the narrative is gonna change quite a bit, and that's to be 100% expected, And I'm really, really looking forward to the day that we actually launch, because I think it's gonna be it's not a job done, but it's gonna be a huge weight off our shoulders. Like the process that this takes is most certainly not easy. It's very challenging. And it's quite funny because you speak to devs and go, right, can you get this done by Monday? They go, yes, we can 100% get this done by Monday, no problem. Monday comes, where is it? We've got some issues. We need to do this and we need to do that, blah, 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 blah. And then there's a conversation, if you want a quality thing, then it takes time. You can't make things happen on its own. It just goes around in circles. So one thing I'm looking forward to is being able to have that moment of relaxation. The good thing is that kind of progressively comes as we start implementing things. So it's not going to be like day one launch, rip off a Band-Aid. Everyone's going to be able to see everything as it happens, right? I'll tell you what I have seen though is our bars app, and that will freaking blow your socks off. The amount of work that has been done in that, when you see that, it's kind of like everything combined into one. It's literally gonna blow your brains out. So that I'm really, really excited for. That to me starts to show, instead of conversation, it starts to show reality. And I think that's what we're all waiting for. Even the haters, they're kind of just waiting for that to happen, which is inevitable that it will happen. It's just, I think at the moment we've got the foundation laid out. I can't see anything there that's really kind of going to cause any setbacks. I don't expect 500 full nodes to be on day one. Certainly don't expect that. I wouldn't expect nodes to be holding up the network. As long as we've got, 50, 60 or whatever, then it should be fine. We'll progressively add to it as it happens. We don't need 500 sitting there day one ready to go. But overall, looking at it, I think stuff like this vesting sort of thing is just kind of clearing the path a little bit. Like, this is the kind of niddly stuff we kind of need to do in order to successfully move to the next stage. You kind of like any business, you need to know where your finances is at and how you're going to spend it and where you're going to spend it and what are you going to do with it. So you kind of have, and other people need to know that too, right? Like if Kryptonian decided to go to a bank and because he wanted to buy an investment property, they're going to want to see how many people are involved in his business, where's his assets at, all of that sort of stuff. Now, imagine he had 50 people invested in it, and they could just, they might look at it and go, well, if all of them can just draw their profits on there, that's going to crumble your business. Is it worth the risk for us to be able to do this? Like, we're probably not. So make sure that that's sorted out first. And that's kind of like the exchanges keeping us in line a little bit. They're looking after themselves, but they're also looking out for us. And we're all, if we were idiots, we would just ignore it and do whatever the hell we wanted to. And that would show that we wouldn't actually give a shit, because at the end of the day, right, let's say, for example, we didn't do vesting. The vesting's reducing us as well, too, mind you. So, it'd be like the world's stupidest rug pull, but you could spend all this time making a blockchain and then shit it all on day one and then go, oh, well, see you guys. Like, it just doesn't make sense. Like, this is a 20-year plan. And then with Uxie is on top of that. So Uxie is thinking about, as we progress 5 years down the track, what new technologies come in? What can we do? Where do we go for the next stage? How do we develop it? How do we maintain it? How do we start building something in 6-7 years time? Like, what sort of roadmap does that have? So it's to think of this as a short-term solution is naive at best.
That makes me excited. I don't know, a lot of people are going to enjoy hearing that. Crunch Bear says, hey, Jason, I saw the vol pairings earlier. Are people overlooking the Bitcoin and Ethereum pairings for exchange? When I read it, I got extremely excited, but I haven't heard any convo about it.
Yeah, no one, everyone kind of just slipped over that, didn't they? I mean, like, at the end of the day, like, every pairing is liquidity and stuff like that. And I can see the more popular it becomes, like the more traction it receives, the more people are going to potentially add to their own liquidity pools or want their own project in it as well. So yeah, I can just, that's just baby steps. That's just the very beginning, giving people a bit of choice. But I don't get overly excited by Bitcoin and Ethereum fees personally. That's
That's the truth.
I'd rather like something cheaper. But I mean, it's easy on ramp, off ramp.
That is true. It is an easy. I enjoyed seeing those pairings because I was I'm just getting into the Bitcoin game, so taking some profits and easily putting
Way
it in
late,
Bitcoin.
man. Way late.
Hey, today was Bitcoin day. I
You're
bought
taking
some
profits
Bitcoin
on
today.
Bitcoin? No,
No,
right? You're supposed to stack
no.
the Bitcoin, man. What are you doing, man? You take profits when you've been
No, I'm saying
buying
taking
since
profits from my Vulcan bet.
Oh,
input.
gotcha.
Yeah.
No, I got you.
I see what you're saying is like you don't believe in Vulcan and you prefer to have Bitcoin.
That's what I heard. That's what I heard.
Now the truth
Exactly
comes
what I
out.
heard.
Oh, I gotta accumulate my Bitcoin.
So he's buying 2% of Bitcoin every month. Apparently, we know he's doing that at least. You know.
What's he doing with his 0.5% after that?
Yeah.
That's true. I need as much Bitcoin as Kryptonian, then I'd be a happy man right now. Then I'd sell it for Vulcan on launch.
I think it's good to have diversity and stability, and it kind of makes you feel a lot more secure overall. And sometimes, like when you see like one drop down like 5%, the other one go up 5%, you don't really, it doesn't really bother you as much, because I mean, it's
true.
funny. You speak to a bank and shares, and they go, they saw a 10% drop or a 10% climb, they're screaming on NBC at the top of their lungs, oh my god, like the world's on fire. And we're like, oh yeah, Bitcoin's up 8% today. Whatever.
Yeah.
Next.
People are getting let go. There's complete market shakeups, 5 to 8%, 10%. It's over.
Well, I reckon this this whole bank run sort of thing is only going to make crypto stronger. You know, like if people are looking at where, especially if there's, you know, trusted sources out there for bank cards or stuff like that. Like, you know, there's been a few around in general, and they're not unknown on exchanges and stuff like that. But you know, if people don't trust the banks that they can pull their money out, then where are they going to put it? You know, either property, that's one, but it's hard to pull out a property. You know, you can't just take a little piece to go spend on a night out. Whereas crypto is a perfect solution for that, because then you have a very diverse platform to put your assets. So I kind of like it like that.
Yep. Crypto Pride wants to know, what about Spritz as an off ramp?
Don't know. What about Spritz as an off ramp?
What about it, Crypto Pride? We got
answers that.
That answers that right there.
I don't know. Do you like puppies? I mean, it was like a weird answer, you know? It's like completely...
Nathan B says he's in the team corner, Uxie, for the long term. I feel that corner is going to have some great things coming. I'm excited for it. Benzi's asked, Plan B, with the AI niche in crypto, is there any plans to implement that type of tech?
You know, kind of like, I wonder how long the AI bandwidth is going to run for, personally. Like, it's handy. Like, there's going to be some strong, like, tier 1 sort of things out of it, but there's a lot of crap, and they want to take advantage of that. And it just reminds me of NFTs all over again. I don't want to be kind of like narking on NFTs per se.
It reminds me of the whole metaverse thing, really. You know, it's like,
yeah, or metaverse, exactly. You know, there was that, and then it now just kind of died. So it's like kind of like, when's it going to die off? And it's interesting to see how people are emotional about it, because wasn't it Google that did a mistake on one of the adverts or something like that, showing their incorrect answer from AI, and Alphabet lost like a shit ton of money instantly from that. And it just shows how emotional people are. Instead of believing in the technology that's behind it or what is good of it, it really kind of makes you think how much people are just in it for the money. For, like, you know, it's quite interesting. Whereas I'm more like, I figure like a quality product will bring quality money at the end of the day. Like, they kind of go two hand in hand. I'm not chasing like super DJ in place. I'm making Greg yawn. You have to get some excitement here. I'm putting everyone to sleep with my Aussie accent.
I like it.
No, you're making good sense, man. I agree too. I mean, I'm looking for, you know, anytime anybody comes at me with crypto is a scam or whatever, you know, they've got all these issues with crypto in general, or these projects that we're involved in, I'm involved in. So if they're not bringing me solutions, I don't even listen to them, you know. And So I'm looking for plays that have, of course, longevity, but at the end of the day, I'm looking for just what you said. You know, I'm in it for the technology. Yes, I want to make money, obviously, but if the product is good, it's going to make me a lot of money for a long time. You know, because if I believe in it, and hopefully others will as well, and that's, I don't just jump into any project. You know, I mean, the only thing that I'm ever been like so long term, you couldn't pry it out of my hand other than my pistol would probably be my Bitcoin. You know, I mean, those from my cold dead hands, because you know, it's the grandfather of all crypto, and I'm looking for the next one. I'm looking for the sun here, and I'm hoping Vulcan is it. You know,
Well, you know, that's the thing. Like, you look at the old charts. Like, there was one video that Brian posted ages ago. I saw it about a few years previously as well, or like 2020, 2021 or something like that. And it shows the cryptos coming in and out and watching things move. You know, Ethereum wasn't number 2 all the time, stuff like that. Watching just Ripple go up and down. It's really quite. It just shows you in such a small time scan. Like, really, it is a small time scale. It's such a small snippet, but we've had so many changes. And I believe, like, I agree with you. Like, Bitcoin is obviously number 1 at the moment, and it is for its reason.
But there's an opportunity here to knock it down.
There's an opportunity for anything could overtake that at one stage, but it's not going to be a drop. It's not going to be like bang. It's just going to be a slight readjustment until you'll see it progressively become 50-50, and then one will taper away, just like we saw with the others. Like, so, you know, like OpenAI, that company, I would think that from what I've seen, looks like it seems to be the most expertise. And like, if I could throw stocks at something, then that probably would be a good one to kind of, not financial advice or anything, but like, if I look at it compared to all the meme coins that just say AI, then, you know, but it's going to be interesting. I mean, like, I would love to see Vulcan. Look at this. Like, I'm just getting compliments and I'm going to blush like a tomato.
That's a tomato. I don't know what tomato is, but it's
tomato.
Triple Moon's asking the Discord for questions, and somebody's like, "How did Jason get so handsome?" That's the question. I was like, "Gotta ask him."
They need to get the glasses realigned. Poor souls. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's going to, like, you never know what's going to be in the next 5 years. But I mean, like, we're pretty, like, I don't want to toot my own horn, but if you could build and develop anything, like, we've thrown everything at this. Like, I can't think of anything that we've got given a suggestion that we haven't thought about. We've definitely come out of things that are like people haven't thought about before. But I mean, if you were comparing to what people want and what is available, I think Vulcan's been ticking that box as we've been going along. Like, people, I want this, I want ability to do that. You know, well, now's the opportunity, you know. So does it have the same option as being as successful as, I don't know, let's have a look at, like, Coin Market Cap, and then just going cryptocurrencies, and then just scrolling down. Like, do we have the potential to be better than Solana based on what features and products we have, based on what they've done from the point that they've been created to now, and based off the knowledge of, we know what we could do to try and overcome the obstacles that they've had, so to prevent it from having it to us? I think, like, we're on a winner there, and that's number 10. You know, just kind of saying, just wait. You know, Polygon's got its unique, like, Cardino, like, that's number 7, and people have been waiting for 10 years for something.
Yeah, I got it early on Cardano, whatever, and it's Jesus. Yeah,
I think, like, over 8 years ago, I was playing the Cardino game with that. Like that was one of those ones that were like you kept refreshing and you kept getting higher returns in a bull run. Like that was epic.
Yeah. I think I got in just over a penny on that one, Cardano. I remember that one.
Yeah. So I mean, like when you start looking and breaking down the top 10, is it unreasonable to envision that we would be in the above Solana? Like, is Solana if we were to say Solana is our benchmark, would it be unreasonable to say that we cannot achieve higher than that benchmark with everything that we've offered so far?
I agree with this comment. That's what I say.
I mean, like, price is $22. It's not like 1,000, 1,300 US or anything like that. But I mean, decent market cap, decent volume. So imagine a better than that. Like maybe I'm being biased, but I'm just weighing up. If you put on a whiteboard one features and theirs, and just kind of go which one should perform better. And I mean, like at the same time, like our marketing and everything is going to be consecutively rolling out with it. Like we don't just stop day one, you know. We keep ramping it up. It keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and we continuously invest in our own product. It makes sense.
Yeah, we haven't even seen the biggest marketing yet. You know, I keep telling people that it hasn't even ramped up to the level.
It hasn't even scratched 1%. Like we actually get grumpy at them because like we're like, come on, man, we need to like start ramping it up now, sort of thing. But there's a lot of stuff that happens in the back end of that. But you know, that's a big budget as well too. Like it's not $100 million worth, but I mean it's not like we're spending 50 grand.
Yeah, and then once you build your marketing budget, then you can put Prado on his Super Bowl commercials that he thinks he's going to be the star of one time, you know?
Can you imagine? But then we'd have to say that we pay YouTubers, and then it would just be a headache.
Prado would do it for free, so you could say he's an unpaid spokesman. He'd love it. He'd be the star of the show on the Super Bowl. Oh, man. I'm making Prado's night if that were to come true.
That would be funny. What's happening, Starbuck? You guys have been quiet. Brooklyn, just chilling.
No, I'm taking notes. Prado and we were talking about this back in October about even with Safuu X and how we thought it was going to be the next unicorn. And I was like, oh, we can't talk about the unicorn theory yet. We have to wait. And with each change from Safuu X to Vulcan, the utility got stronger. The math got stronger. Looking in from the outside, people would be like, oh, wow, that project is actually something I want to get into because it does a lot of things. It's not just a thing that you can buy and sell, but it's also something that you can stake your money in your own wallet, not in a bank, not in a central exchange, and you get a rebase back. That in itself is huge. If that was all that was here at this blockchain, besides the bars, I would still say this is a unicorn. But now you add bars on top of it, and this is just something that is going to blow up once it gets released. That's my thought anyways.
I think it's going to really put in perspective, like, we're not the last layer 1 blockchain to be made. And it's going to be real interesting to see what other people take off it or how they try and adapt it or change it. Like, you know, the previous project got copied like 600 times, like within weeks. You know, it's a bit more. It's a bit costly to do but you know, this is all brand new Solidity code, so we're going to have people that are going to be going through this like with a fine tooth comb, looking for everything. And then, you know, we're not even taking into account doing any sort of like, we haven't even really talked about potentially doing any sort of bug hunts or anything like that to like really kind of comb through it. But it's going to be, you know, it's going to be a standard, I think, moving forward, you know. And it doesn't matter what they do. It doesn't matter if they put it at 200,000% or 4%, you know, but it just shows that it can be done, and that somebody's taken the time and the effort to sit down and do it. So I think on that basis, it has to be a standard.
Pitbull's just taking over.
But I'm hungry.
Nathan B wants us to talk. Can you talk on the
Sorry.
communications with the centralized exchanges and Skyway applications around their response and feedback with the Vulcan product? Like, what's their overall sentiment?
Can you talk to communications with CX and Sky?
Yeah, what their overall feelings are about Vulcan.
Well, I mean, I can't speak to on behalf of all the Skyway stuff. Like when we speak to like Steve and stuff like that from like Cosmic Force, I just know that they're just ready. They want to get going. You know, they're still building out and doing stuff, but they're excited to just get started. CXs are very interesting. Some of them are just literally saying, "Go of us now, do this. This is cost how much to do it. Blah blah blah. See you later, bye." You know, in and out like a rotating door, because that's all they see you as. You know, the big tier ones, you have to ask politely for 5 minutes of their time and hope you get a response reasonably fast. And you have to do everything that they want you to do, you know. And some of the restrictions on that have been actual like code itself, you know, so or testnet, you know. Like some points we couldn't progress because we didn't actually have a proper testnet up. And then I feel that like they're still going to have to kind of take into account the rebasing and stuff like that. So it's all going to, like, I think the sentiment overall is good. Like people are, or we haven't been given any sort of negative stuff. Like everyone we've spoken to has been like, it's very much the kind of the same vibe that we get when we did the expos and stuff. They're like, "Oh, what the hell? You're doing that?" Like, there's so much happening. They're just blown away. They just go, "Well, that's unheard of," you know. So overall, people are happy to work with us. They're very, very excited, you know.
I know in Dubai, everybody was loving everything we were doing there, and they were excited about it because it was different and it caught their attention. So that's good to know that we're still catching everybody's attention, which is good things.
Yeah. And just think about like how many people haven't heard about anything like that we're doing. Like literally, like when they find out, it's gonna be like really, really, really interesting to them, weighing up and going, "Oh, you know, shit, I might." I just think some people are just gonna, even just the little people that want to just chuck in a couple of $100 and just do the power pool just for the shits of it, like as a part of their daily routine. I think that's cool. Like, there's lots there.
Yeah. I can't wait till this thing's up and running, and then you'll be able to show people that. And a lot of people are going to see things for the first time, and that organic marketing that I keep talking about, like everybody showing in front of your family, just look at what I claimed today. Look at this. I just clicked a button. It's going to be natural, and people are going to really talk about it with others. And I think that's going to be huge in spreading the word.
Hey, Jason, do you think once we're launched and everything and everyone sees that we're completely different than traditional staking, that we're auto staking and everything, and we catch fire, right? Because it's really, it only takes one good marketing push, one good advertisement, one good time being on the top of the blockchain charts, right? In the case that when it comes to marketing, do you I know we don't want to paint a target on a back, right? But showing that how much different we are from one blockchain to our blockchain, I mean, is that in the marketing works, like, or is it just really just trying to say, hey, like we're Vulcan blockchain, you know, and that's it? Or are we trying to really show the crypto market like we are completely different than what the SEC and everybody else is looking at right now and serving subpoenas for? we're something totally different. We're compliant in their eyes, in SEC eyes. We're compliant because they're literally saying, Gary Gensler's literally been saying, if you're a third party and you're taking assets and you're promising returns, you are a security, and at that point you are non-compliant. We are auto staking. We don't our assets stay in our wallet, right? In their eyes, we should be compliant. Are we trying to market in that direction? Like, because that's what the turmoil
I mean,
is
that's
right
a
now.
bold statement to say, though, that, like, I mean, that analogy of what he's saying can be brought onto everything, like literally brought onto anything. So, you know, and it kind of goes, well, all right, let's the five of us chip in and buy a Ferrari, right, for the potential investment returns that it may get. So, like, how far do you take that analogy? It's quite. How far then you saying you're a security in that sense? Well, the car is now security. Oh, the car's at fuck. We've done something wrong. We all chipped in, and so we've done something. You know, it all comes down to, like, literally, like what we said before. Like, what is a security, and how are you being compliant? Like, it's pretty hard to be angry at somebody that doesn't stop you from being able to pull your money out, right? It sounds like it's raining somewhere. Someone's mind.
Somebody.
And he's got a bit of Pornhub and just smash it in the background.
You the legend.
Oh man.
Not me, guys. That's not my thing. There is a waterfall in the background here.
Sure.
Yes, there's a waterfall.
Honestly, I don't watch porn. That is not my thing. I make it. I don't watch it, brother.
Got his own OnlyFans. And
That's what I'm talking about, man.
I do have an OnlyFans. I do. I'll send you guys the link.
It didn't work, man. It didn't work. I tried.
Gonna pass on that one.
Right. I will say, Jason, I think that you gave everyone a little bit of comfort coming on here and saying that, you know, this wasn't something that was planned. This was something that you guys just came at the last minute and pivoted as far as the vesting, things of that nature. And I think that should comfort most people. Put it that way. And you know, a lot of what you're saying too is you know, making me excited, at least, and not in a Pornhub OnlyFans kind of way, you know.
You see, you're not rebasing inside your pants right now. That's
exactly. Even though you are good looking, just like you know, Triple Moon said, you know, but just not my type, brother. Sorry.
Okay.
Are there any cryptocurrency conferences that are planned in the near future for this blockchain for Vulcan?
I mean, like, so a couple spring to mind, but they aren't specifically planned because we have to obviously, we want to have the product out there before we go and spend money in doing that, because they do cost a bit of money. But I think like Singapore was a really big one we wanted to kind of go to and discuss. And I think it was GITT or whatever it's called in Dubai, or the futures. It's all about technology and stuff like that. Like, we went there before, but then we kind of, again, we pivoted and went a different direction. It's hard when you don't have something to when you do have something. And it's not on our huge priority list until we know, like, as soon as it comes to the point where we go, right, on this particular time, we're going to turn it on, and then like once we let that settle, then we'll do that. But we'll probably be doing it in a different manner. Before, we were doing it kind of, you know, it was just like Brian and myself and a whole bunch of guys going there and putting it on. So we hopefully we're at a different position where we actually have a team dedicated for that has a consistent message all the time, that kind of can professionally showcase what is the actual product. You know, you don't just have the CEO jumping up and, well, look at Apple, for example, and the products that when they announce that, you know, they kind of have dedicated people for dedicated things, or I think that would probably be the best thing to do. But we don't have anything locked in yet, only because it'd be kind of naive to do so at this minute. Like it's kind of bittersweet. We wanted to be launched earlier, like we said, but if we didn't have the direction of what happened recently, then we never would have got the product that we have now. So it's kind of, I think in terms of product building, that's all done and dusted. I can't think, aside from, Dex's growing, I can't see, and obviously Uxie, I can't see of too much changing.
Teddy One wants to know, is the Vulcan stablecoin on hold because of the crypto climate right now? And do you think that Vulcan can create its own crypto bank?
I mean, I think it takes a lot of money to create a bank, right? And that would be a security. And that would be, again, opening up a can of worms. And do you want to go down that path for being something so new? And has any others done the same? I think you might be asking for more trouble initially than by doing that. I think we got a better chance of getting a couple of planes up in the air with some logos on it.
I got one quick question. So since we doing our 12 months vesting right now, I know you got guys that do math and numbers. What is your projected volume? Because the blockchain for me is all about volume. What was your projected volume over the next 5 months to a year? I mean,
that's so hard. That's literally so hard. And the only thing you can do is compare others, right? So if you were to say that if you thought you had a better product than Solana, right? And then you look at their 24-hour volume of like half a billion, like 523, 684, 578. Like that's a shit ton. That's a shit ton of volume, right? So, do I expect that on the first week? No, it'd be naive of me to think so. But I think like as more, this is kind of common answer, really, isn't it? As more people build onto it, as more people become used on it, then you would expect volume to increase. Do I have a projected number? Not really. I have a number that I'd be disappointed at after a year. I think we could achieve a lot more in that time. But, as long as we do better than ARM or whatever it is that just, not ARM, what was that last one that just came up before? Arbitrum. As long as we don't do that. But I mean, they still had $100 million of volume, man. I mean, it's so, but it's still $100 million of volume. It'll be interesting to see what actually happens in a week. It'll be interesting to see if it is at its low and then now it's going to start climbing back up. Is the volume going to decrease or increase? But I hate predictions because then I start setting myself up and go, shit, did I undervalue that or did I overvalue it? Yeah, not sure. But I mean, like, you're just looking at, man, like some of these things have a lot of volume. Hey, like ADA has a ton of volume. Ripple has a ton of volume. Bloody Dogecoin. Dogecoin has a shit ton of volume. Dogecoin. Dogecoin. I wanna get a little tiny bit back. Nah, can't do it. Can't do anything. Just sit there and look sexy. That's it. And it's got a ton of volume.
We know you can't give predictions on volume, but we know you're striving to get that kind of volume, and that's all we need to hear.
I mean, I look at the top 10. Brian looks at the top 3. Top 3, top 4. He wants to beat BNB. I know that for a fact. There's nothing like, it's kind of funny that everyone wants to be listed on, say, Binance, but nobody says they want to beat them. That's quite interesting.
That makes me confident.
Jason, can you
Appreciate
talk to some of the projects that are right now with the grant project, the grant program, and the Skyway program? Because I know myself and a few other people on this panel are involved in quite a few projects that want to launch on Vulcan. Can you speak to that as far as how many total projects? How are things coming? Is there anything specific you guys are looking for or not looking for? Or just speak a little further to that.
Well, I mean, Caitlin kind of looks after that whole, Skyway sort of area. But I mean, at the end of the day, like we've had people come up to us and say, "Oh, we want $100,000 grant that doesn't even include Vault in it." Tell me how that's ever going to happen. It's just fucking stupid.
Yeah.
So, it's got to incorporate the core product.
I want to go to college. Oh, it's not the type of grant. Okay.
I want to go to the Bahamas on a yacht somewhere. But what are you after in particular? Are you after like timeframes, or are you after information?
Yeah, I mean, I guess timeframes, a little bit of information. How many projects do you think are going to come out on the Skyway? I mean, just pretty much anything you can give us.
This is the thing.
I guess
We haven't got we said initially 12, but honestly, like we don't particularly have a number. We just want quality. So
right.
I've always said
so are you seeing quality so far that you guys, I mean, from what you've seen?
From stuff that we happily talk about, like Cosmic Force, yes. The fact
what about things that we don't that aren't necessarily out there for us to, that we don't know about? Because obviously we know about Cosmic Force. That's a good one.
It's I think everyone has potential. Some of them make us a bit more excited than others. But if we saw something that really excited, then we'd probably be starting to fully announce it per se. But I think a lot of people are kind of keeping their stuff on the down low, to be fair. That's the kind of vibe that I generally get. You don't, it's really hard to kind of monitor it because I'm not fully involved with say when we revamped the hackathon and everything like that. I know that people were excited by it, but it's really hard to kind of gauge it because generally big projects like gaming platforms especially, they want a product to be out and already released and already stable before they even invest their time bothering, because it costs money for them to do that. So I think we're going to see a lot more in the works afterwards. After it's within the first year, I think you could just see it continuously grow. We've tried to make it as simple as possible. We're going to be releasing a whole bunch of tools which will make it with Hyperverse by Decentrology to make anyone be able to kind of do stuff within the chain. So it's going to be, we're trying to make it as easy as it is. Plus, it's already EVM compatible, so people can migrate across. But it's kind of hard because the ones that we pitch, that we get excited about, they have something to fully show us that they're building. Whereas some other people, they just have an idea, and until they can turn that idea into a product, it's very hard for me to get excited by that, personally. Unless it's a really good
that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. What about you?
Well, thank you.
I mean, what do you want to see out of it?
As far as me personally?
Yeah, I mean, do you want to see a particular one question I don't get to see very often is people go, well, what sort of projects are on there? But I haven't seen what sort of projects do people want to see. So I haven't heard your opinion on some people go, oh, I want to do lottery, I want to do gambling, I want to do gaming. Is there a utility out there that you would like that would make your life easier or better or more exciting?
I mean, me personally, I'd like to see projects that I'm involved in.
Yeah, I would say something like
yeah,
fractional investing.
Yeah, like fractional
that,
real estate investing,
Yeah.
something along those lines. Gaming, You know, things along those lines, obviously.
Something that can benefit off the actual rebasing blockchain here, right? So we're thinking
something
about
that actually benefits and brings something different. Because there are some, and Kryptonian and I are involved in a fractional real estate project. And the reason that Vulcan is very attractive for that is because of the rebasing aspect, because there's a lot of downtime in real estate investing. As you even said, it's hard to take hard to take your money out of real estate. You can't take it out if you want to go to take your wife to dinner or whatever it may be. The fractional aspect and the rebasing and the flex, it makes it very attractive for those downtimes in real estate investing. Plus, also for those that don't have large capital to get into that space as well. So, yeah.
Yeah, I would like to see like property on there. I'd like to see somehow it incorporate that property incorporates like an offset account in helping repay the mortgage and stuff like that. I think that would be kind of cool. Or
correct.
Or something that like people can set a goal to, and they say, I want to renovate my kitchen, and it shows kind of like a countdown for that. And then like they could basically do a this would be kind of cool, just going off the fly. So
take notes, Kryptonian.
Oh yeah.
Take notes, Kryptonian.
I'm recording.
So when you there's baby shower, this is more American. They don't do it in Australia, right? But like in America, like I got friends that have babies and they have like a registry per se, and they basically give out like a giant Amazon wish list, and they hope that people buy it and do all that sort of stuff.
Yeah,
So
I just bought something the other day off a shower list.
I would like
for
to
somebody.
see a wish list, like an application that you can basically put your floor map of your house in and say, these are the areas that is most important to me that I want to improve or renovate or make better. Like I want to scrape and add a pool there, right? Or something like that. And then it shows you how long you have based on what you do, like till that dream is fulfilled. You know, it puts time, it's like a vision board.
Gotcha.
And he doesn't like it. He's gone.
Yeah,
he's like,
I get it. I get it. His battery probably died. It's on his phone. I get it, like a vision board, and it's kind of showing if like you said, I want to add a pool. What is it going to take monetarily, financially to make that happen? How much vol do I have, or whatever project I'm into, based on the accumulation? I can say, wow, in 6 months, based on the rebasing, I can totally knock this pool out based on my flex or something like that. Yeah, I got you. Some very good stuff there, man. We're obviously into some fractional investment. It's a product. It's a project we're trying to bring to the chain, and it's relative to real estate, obviously.
So when you say fractional investment, you mean like one big property split like 100 ways or something like that?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Something like that, right? So obviously there's a barrier to entry. Like if you've got cash, you hear all the time that real estate is really where it's at as far as building a legacy, financial, I would say a legacy or security, right? And what's up, NR? So yeah, the ability to offer up some sort of project NFT, you buy an NFT basically buy our token, you get an NFT, and now you're able to buy into a project that's actually funded based off the sale of the NFTs. But as we're waiting for that, it's fully funded, of course. We fully fund that project, right? Whatever, $1 million, 100 grand. We get the money going, get the project going. As you know, when you're building any sort of property, specifically, let's say a commercial property, there's permits and there's time. You're waiting. So if I invest on real world in a piece of property, commercial property, and I've done it many times, I throw my money in, I throw in 100 grand, and it's going to take, I don't see a return, maybe 12, 18 months, right? But if I'm on the Vulcan blockchain, almost immediately I'm rebasing while that project's being funded. And NR can speak to this, of course, a lot more than I can. But at the same time, it's given me the incentive to not only get into this real estate property or this project, but I know I'm still going to make some sort of flex along the way. So I'm not waiting 18 months to see the return on my investment. It's real time. And I think we believe that the Vulcan blockchain, based on its rebasing, can provide that sort of product, that sort of incentive for those that want to get into real estate. and other things that we just like. We like the
You could have
way.
different tiers of that too. So you could have like commercial,
Yep,
you could have
absolutely.
residential, and I think there would be one that would be kind of cool that if it was for first home owners or like people that can't afford to get into the market fully, so they kind of like buying a section. Eventually, over time, they can buy portions.
That
Yeah,
too, yeah.
that'll
They can
be
absolutely.
getting
We have
into
thought
the
on many
market.
levels of tiering it out. Of course, it's funny that you say that. Yeah, we've got a lot of ideas, and the idea is to launch this on a chain that'll give us the ability.
You could just give me that money directly. That'll be a hell of a lot easier.
Yeah, right.
Just come down
No, I like it better this way.
3 kilometers
way
down the
works way
road and
better.
just give me a hat. I like my hat. Thank you very much.
That hat is badass.
Well, he's got
I like
multiple
that.
hats. I can get the same hat and be like, "Oh, I've got that hat." I'm like, "Thanks, mate."
But we need to get you a Vulcan hat. I know a store where you can get one.
Yeah.
Oh God, this guy always plugging yourself. Man. If you put in his birth date, you get a 20% discount.
What's the name of that store, Greek?
Yeah, what's the name, Greek?
The
What's
Vulcan
the
merch
50%
store.
off discount code for 12 hours only?
Channel members get 25% off.
It's a nipple, isn't it? The discount code is nipple, 50% off, 12 months, 12 hours only.
I need to I'll make that the code for you, just for you.
I might
One
buy a
time
hat then.
Why don't you make the code Plan B?
Now everybody knows the code.
There you go.
You should have. We have 187 people watching.
Either nipple or print.
Wow.
Plan B.
3 hours and 40 minutes, 180 people.
Yeah, I thought it was we were joking when he said if 4 hours will set new records
Right.
if I come on, and this
Right.
always happens. And then
Yeah,
I
but
get
we got some good information here.
We should get Brian.
No,
with
we-
everything happening, the new vesting schedule coming out, you jumping on. We appreciate that, Jason. Everybody got to kind of voice our concerns, and we appreciate you listening. Not only did you listen, you came out here with some solutions. You know, as in R&I and anybody that runs a business, we don't want problems. We want solutions from our team. So we appreciate you taking the time, knowing that you got a team you got to work with. So.
And that was kind of one of my other points about people complaining too. Like, I don't mind if you complain, but when you come to the table, come with 4 or 5 solutions with you. Don't just come to complain. Say, okay, well, what if we would have done this or that? Then maybe I'll listen, if that makes sense. I just don't want to hear you complain.
Yeah.
You know, I get enough of that with my kids and stuff, you know.
Yeah, daily. I got to pay people that complain. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's even
Right.
worse.
That
than you got to
too.
pay them.
Yeah, that too.
But anyways.
Is that how you get a job these days?
Yeah, pretty much,
You get to
yeah.
pay me to complain.
It's adult
Yeah.
babysitting.
Yeah.
Owning a
Apparently-
business is adult babysitting.
Yeah, pretty much. I like to call it it's a daycare center is what it is.
Mhm. Adult daycare, yeah. No doubt.
All right, guys. Well, I thought I was going to get bombarded with more questions. Then
I'm surprised we didn't get more.
No, I think the questions that you got, they were pretty long. You gave some really good answers, really thought out answers, and I think that's what it is. So, no, they were good. They kind of covered, I think, killed pretty much 2 birds with 1 stone with most of the answers that you gave, and I appreciate that. And I appreciate you answering the Skyway or at least the grant programs regarding NR's question. You know, because obviously, we want to know. You can't tell us what projects are launching yet, obviously, but you want to know: are we going to be in that ballpark? If not, no big deal.
it kind of comes down to as well as if I mean, like if they're in the hackathon per se, then I guess it's kind of public knowledge as such. But I can't just say, "Oh, Joe Blow's doing this." That might upset them a little bit. But we will see more communication based on like purely our Skyways via Caitlin and everything like that. Like that's definitely something to chat about and to be excited about and to support as well. Like a lot of people want to support new different things, especially they're made in the community. But that's why I'm always like people go to me and say, "Oh, when's this happening?" And I'm like, "Well, number 1, what do you want to see? And number 2, can you do it yourself? Or number 3, can you see somebody else that can do it? You know, like, can you build it? Like, if you want to see a change, do you just sit here and worry about that change not happening and you just wish somebody would make it? I saw one comment that came up there before and it said like, So how do we get other, like, what's the process for speaking to other projects that are on Ethereum chain? Oh, I don't know, man. Like, if you're so excited by it, you know, and you back their project, you just go up to them and go, hey guys, don't know if you're aware, but there's this new Vulcan blockchain and it does this, this, and this. And if you're interested, you should maybe look at this. You know, I mean, that's what I would be doing. There's no set rule for it. It's just like me going to a barbecue and getting excited by something and then telling you about it. Like, how many times did I get messaged about that Ultimate card? Like, I was like, oh, fine, I'll buy one and just see what happens. I don't care. Like, just leave me alone. But I buy a lot of stuff like that, you know? But I kind of get the vision behind it, and I'll put my money where my mouth is when I go to back it, you know? But how far they then take it is up to them, you know? And
well, yeah, and that comes back to what Kryptonian always preaches with the onus. And this is a good time to segue into the 180 people that are watching. As Star put out, Greek always says, and all these guys, you know, forward the Twitters, retweet, you know, pump these YouTube videos, you know, like, comment, and subscribe on the lives. You know, you guys can play a part in this as well. You don't necessarily have to be behind the camera and all those types of things. And, you know, get the word out. You know, blow this thing up. Let's make it happen.
Exactly. Be about it. Don't talk. Amos, thank you so much. He says, thank you, Greek and Brian Legend. Speechless, humbled at your presence. And in honor of Plan B joining the live, you have till Sunday. If you use code Plan B at the merch store, you get 15% off. I just threw that in there.
15%. Wow, that's
15.
generous.
I can't give away for free. You know, I gotta
make $1. Come on, blood, sweat, and sacrifice.
Yeah, our margins are tight, man. Our margins are tight.
Yeah, our 15 takes away a lot of the margins that we. So, just for anybody who might want some merch, to spread the word, because we're all about spreading the word everywhere. As you already know, if you want Fowler's shirt, Future Vulcaneer, check out Fowler's store. But yeah, Plan B, and there's a space, so it's Plan Space B, all capital.
Oh, not together. Not Plan B and so you're gonna trip people up. They're gonna put in
Not
Plan B.
Not like the morning after pill, guys.
Oh man.
He's like, I don't watch porn.
Can you make a?
I got enough kids, man. I got enough kids.
That's called just getting the snip. No plan.
Oh, I forgot to ask Kelly Productions' question. He was giving me a hard time, so you answered it too. So that's good. You saw it and answered it. Because the Greek misses comments. I'm not a pro. Okay. I miss comments. And everybody's just thankful for everything you've done. Thank you for coming on, man.
Well, you know, it's funny. I kind of feel like the parent that's walked into the room and all of a sudden the party's gone quiet because they're like, yes, we're behaving now. And then I'm going to go hang up and they're like, oh, fuck this shit. Fucking crap. Blah, 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 blah. And go.
Well, at the end of the day, you have our allowances. So I'm just saying.
Allowances? Nah. Well, that's true. Yeah.
Oh,
everybody, everybody be quiet.
No, man, we appreciate you coming on. I do think you've put some people's minds at ease.
Yeah, you have, man.
No doubt, man. So appreciate your time.
Cool.
He made the Greek more bullish. Hard to do.
Well, all I can say is, like, I'm gonna have a conversation shortly as soon as I get off this, and literally, the number one topic of conversation that we're working on right now is Uxie. So if I was to get excited about anything, it's get excited about that. Because Uxie is pretty much the last of like what we can offer in terms of until day one, you know, like you've got other people's projects and all that sort of stuff, so people can support those. You've got the blockchain itself, and then you've got the main development labs behind it. So I think that one would be I would love to be able to just kind of spill the beans on it, but we still need to discuss it fully. But I'm really, really excited for the white paper, and it'll be really exciting to hear other people's feedback of what they feel on it. But I think that's going to be very, very good.
So does Uxie have anything planned after Vulcan other than, I mean, is there anything that you can talk about that Uxie has in the works?
Well, Uxie is a parent company. So
Right.
Uxie,
So other than Vulcan, do you have plans for something after Vulcan that you guys have already talked about, or maybe something that's going to piggyback off of Vulcan other than, say, an NFT marketplace or things that have already been mentioned? Is there anything that you can talk about that maybe hasn't been mentioned before?
not specifically anything that I can mention as of right now. I mean, obviously, it's not going to be a layer 1 blockchain, but there's definitely going to be products that get launched with it. But I can't really say what that is at this stage because, you know, at the end of the day, we haven't even really kind of put out the main showpiece of the actual Uxie product itself. But
now, are you guys incorporating in Australia?
No, so we're doing everything through the Cayman and British Virgin Islands and under an LLC as well too. So everything's going to be. You don't want to it's like taxes. Like, why would you want to have everything in Australia?
I was going to say Cayman is very smart.
You know, I mean, at worst, a corporation tax in Dubai alone is 10%. You know, well, not yet, but soon will be. If not, it's already happened. So. No, we're going everything above board, but we're just going to be doing it in the smart way. Yeah, Australia is. We're still going to have legal representation based out of Australia, you know, but we're not capitalizing. We're not targeting any particular country or demographic or anything. It's just whether or not they want to be involved. So it's kind of open in that sense as well. We're not advertising for the Australian market. We're not advertising for the US market. You know,
sure.
But we're going to be sure that they hear our brand. You know, that's like things like racing teams and stuff come under as well. You know, getting that public eye. So it'd be cool to see like one day maybe potentially like a Vulcan racing team and an Uxie racing team purely for the sake of the 100,000 odd viewers that they get on any one stream on that. But you know. I would like to personally, I would like to kind of invest more so on the Skyways thing and really give that, you know, visibility to people that don't generally have that platform to do so. I think that will be good for everybody.
I think that speaks volumes of you guys wanting to back those projects and yeah.
And as a development company, like, you know, kind of like that's what Uxie is all about in that sense, is about growth and continuing to grow and growing others as well as ourselves. So, you know.
So I do have to ask, and I'm sure it's on everyone's mind, they just haven't said it yet. Obviously, launching Q2, are you guys thinking more May-ish, more towards the end of Q2 at this point if things go well? Can you give us anything?
Well, I can tell you.
Give us anything.
Because we live in the future here in Australia, I can guarantee you that it's not coming out on the 24th of March. It's not coming out. So you kick back by 2:00. It hasn't happened.
Not today, big bro.
Not today.
Hey man, you can't blame the guy for asking. You don't get laid unless you ask. Remember that.
Yeah, that's true.
That is true.
Just give Prado ample time because he's going on for 48 hours at launch, so he needs time to rest up.
Yes.
48 straight hours. He wants to do a.
What you need to do is you need to go live while he's sleeping. That would be hilarious as hell.
Well, no, that's
He'll
what
wake
I
up.
was thinking, right? So I was just thinking it's 2:00 in the afternoon. He only just woke up now. He won't go on the live stream and be a team player like the rest of us. So if we do it like 12 hours earlier, we'll just do it as he's going to sleep, I think. So
that's the way to go.
Then he wakes up and it's already happened.
Or wait till he
does it's on Greek's channel.
Yeah. Wait till he does his first rundown for the day and then freaking kick it off. Like, all right, this is for the rundown. He goes down and then it launches. That'd be hilarious, man. He would lose.
Today was funny. He went an hour and a half live, and then Compton asked, "I missed your live," and then that sparked Prado to go, "Okay, I'll go live again." And I'm like, "What are you going to talk about? So you just did an hour and a half, and somehow you did another 2 hours. That guy's crazy."
Yeah, I'm still waiting for you to break out the calculator. That's why I came here. I was like, Greek's gonna do some calculations, but I guess not.
We had
What
that
we need
conversation.
is next time we go to a conference or anything, you have to have Prado just sitting there, and you have Prado's calculator desk where he just tells everybody the numbers. You know.
No,
You can
what
get
I
Star
want
up
to
there
see.
to do some calculations.
I'll tell you exactly what I want to see, right? So those big giant keyboards that go on the ground and people jump and then it plays music.
Oh,
so I
yeah.
want that, but a calculator on the ground. I just see Prado like jumping from number to number.
Like the movie Big.
Yeah, the movie.
Yeah. That's what I want to see.
That would be hilarious.
He loved it.
I could see
He
that.
He said this comment before
There
you
you
even know what you said, but
Yeah.
he loved it.
See, Prado,
there you go.
that's a great idea.
Greek, you save that comment, right? And then whenever you see something, you go, "Oh, see, like he just said, it's a great idea.
It's a great idea.
It's a great idea.
The Greek is the best in the world. That's a great idea.
That's a great idea." Yeah. Yeah. We should have the Greek. We should have Prado go on the Greek's channel. And what's the response? It's a great idea.
It's a good.
Very good. Yep, I agree. All right, boys. I'm gonna leave you guys to it. I'm gonna go to discuss some Uxie stuff. But yeah, I look forward to chatting to you guys soon.
You also got to go discuss that amazing.
Appreciate you,
Jason. You got to go discuss that amazing real estate project we were just talking about.
Yeah,
Put that
well,
out there.
come on,
Yeah.
man. Like, how many emails have I seen? You got my email address. Pitch me.
Great idea.
All right, got you. You heard that, NR. It's a done deal.
Like, do you need anything
man.
done? Like, seriously, I'm asking you. Like, is everything being provided for you that you require? Because if not, just let me know and we'll get it done.
I appreciate that.
Yeah,
We'll be in touch. Thank you, sir.
All right, man.
no doubt.
Appreciate
All
it.
right, cool.
Thank you.
All right, bye. See you.
That was pretty cool.
That was a good show.
That was pretty cool.
All right. So
You realize you haven't been live for the last 30 minutes, right?
Yeah, that would
Yeah.
have been fun.
Yeah.
Just Prado in the comments talking to himself.
That'd be funny as hell, but I'm just kidding. That was good, though.
Oh man.
So with all that information that we've been given in the past 2 hours,
Yeah.
where are you guys at with everything? How do you think about the project going forward? Any solutions that we can provide the people who are listening to us now to go and talk with others, calm down the Discord?
I like how you lead it with the math.
Yes.
Just stick to the math. I mean, at the end of the day, that's where that's the proof in the pudding. The math is what kept me hooked since all the drama, because you and Dio, and needless to say, the Pradonomics, to some degree. But I would say that for me, after talking with Jason and he just kind of walking us through the decision process, the process making, and look, this is where we're at. He didn't come in here and blow a bunch of. I don't feel like he came in here and says, "Oh, it's gonna be great." Everybody just hang on. He was like, "Look, running a business here. These are the things we had to do. That's all I got for you." I respect that, so I'm good at this point in time. I'm good. So.
And Jason, I think Jason comes off too as a very down to earth guy. He's not over the top. I mean, he comes off as very trustworthy. You take him at face value.
I know people
He's
ask for
very genuine.
transparency.
Yeah,
He gave
very
us
genuine.
transparency.
Correct.
Like exactly what's
Correct.
going on and
Yeah.
why it's happening. We all have a part to play in this. Continue to tweet. Continue to, like, if you see projects, don't wait for them to make the first move. Go bring it up. You never know what can happen. Give them the information. You never know. It is EVM compatible. We all can do our part. And just keep doing the great work, and we'll spread the word, and together we can make this what we want it to be. So on that note, we are 3 hours, 58 minutes in.
Two more
think it's
minutes.
time.
Two more minutes.
Yeah, we have to hit 4
Yeah,
hours.
we got 2 more minutes.
Yeah.
Anybody
We
have
got-
any more thoughts?
I will say this: when Star starts talking about 3 commas, that gets me excited.
Yeah, me too.
That gets me very bullish. Let's just say that.
And I'm so poor. 1 comma makes me excited. So
There you go. There you go. But when
It's
she
that
starts
negativity,
talking,
man, that we just can't handle.
when she starts talking 3 commas,
lot of
that just gets me very excited. Gets me very excited.
The hook that Dio used on me to join OXPA was, he always hears me talk about 3 commas. He's like, stick with us, we'll get you there. And so knowing that, I'm just like, okay, I'll work with you on this. And that's why we've been working on OXPA, because the math works out.
And we've been on this live for hours, but no matter how much we do, I mean, we're devoted.
Yeah.
But still in the morning when we wake up, whether it's 2 or 3 in the morning going to work, there's still going to be fudders in the Discord because nobody took the time to watch this 4-hour video. And, and it's just funny. I'm more like, I don't really care about what people think or say, but I'm humble. But I would rather put up my foot in somebody's ass because that's just who I am.
I know I liked him, Kryptonian.
Yeah,
I know I liked him.
I don't like to wake up in the morning and everybody fighting. Oh, this and this and this and that. We just had Plan B was just on here for like a good hour. You could have asked them anything. You didn't come on. You didn't ask. No matter what your time zone, I don't want to wake up to your bullshit. But that's just me. But I love all y'all.
Ditto, bro. Ditto. Appreciate you, man.
And we've officially hit 4 hours. So that means
Way to
2
bring it
straight
home.
weeks I've done a 4-hour live stream.
You're a wild man, Greek wild man.
Nah. If he did it by himself, like Prado, that's something.
I can't talk that much. Okay.
Yeah.
Man.
And the crazy thing is, Prado never runs out of shit to say.
He argues with
in
himself.
4 hours. Yeah.
Today I was watching him. I go to get lunch. I come back and I'm like, I leave. He's on the calculator. I come back. He's on the same calculator. I'm like, what the heck is he still talking about? Like, you can just like do one number and then you can multiply it out and you can figure all possibilities. You don't need to do everybody's numbers. But that man is got a gift.
I will say what's funny when I'm on backstage with him, or when I'm on a panel with him, you notice he's got his second camera down there and backstage, right? So that's there for a reason. In case there's no one to talk to, he just talks to himself. He can bring himself.
Oh, yeah,
he loves it. I'm just kidding, Prado, man. I just joked with you, bro. But it was a good show, guys. I appreciate you guys having me on.
Yeah, appreciate you jumping on as well, Star. Thank you.
Yeah, you should do Cliff Notes version of this video for people, Greek. Just cut and paste.
Yeah,
that's a good one. Yeah.
Yeah,
maybe you can cut out some of the bullet points of what Jason was talking about. Yeah.
That's a lot of work. I need somebody good at editing and make it for me.
Yeah, it ain't me, brother.
I'm an IT guy, bro. I don't spell.
All right. Well, I gotta go, guys.
Kidding. I can do it.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you for letting me be on.
Of course.
On that note,
always a pleasure.
Good to see you, Star, man. We love you, man.
Appreciate
take
it.
care,
Thank you.
everybody.
And get well soon.
Never fear, because the